Harsh conditions, Alex felt a familiar thrill, the kind that had always come with testing their limits against nature. Years of experience in Earth's harshest climates had prepared Alex for this moment. They had trained in Arctic expeditions, learned from Inuit elders about snow survival, and even studied ancient techniques for building shelters in freezing conditions. Corythus 7, though alien, felt like an ultimate test of those skills. Alex knelt down, examining the snow's consistency. It was dry and compact, perfect for shaping into blocks. Over the horizon, Alex could make out the distant figures of other participants already deploying their high-tech shelter modules. The modules unfolded like intricate origami, transforming into insulated domes within minutes. Zekrath's voice crackled over the communicator. "Fisher, I trust you're reconsidering your lack of preparation." Alex tapped the communicator to respond. "Not at all, Professor. I'm just getting started." The professor's derisive laughter echoed through the device before it cut out. Alex shook their head and focused on the task at hand. Using their multi-purpose tool, they began carving rectangular blocks of snow with precision. Each block was carefully shaped and stacked, interlocking to form the base of an igloo. The work required speed and focus even with gloves. The cold bit into Alex's fingers, sapping their strength with each passing minute. As the walls rose higher, Alex paused occasionally to check the structure's stability. The snow blocks, though deceptively fragile-looking, were holding firm. Using their survival knife, Alex cut a narrow entrance tunnel to trap heat inside. Finally, they shaped a keystone block for the roof, sliding it into place with practiced ease. By the time Alex stepped back to assess their work, the igloo stood completed. It was a compact but sturdy structure, radiating simplicity and functionality. The entire process had taken less than 10 minutes. As Alex crawled inside to test the shelter, they activated a small emergency heat lamp from their kit. Within moments, the temperature inside began to rise, providing much-needed relief from the bone-chilling cold outside. Alex allowed themselves a brief moment of satisfaction before preparing for the next phase of the exercise. Overhead, a drone monitored the participants' progress, transmitting live footage back to Zekrath and the rest of the Academy's staff. The professor watched the feed with a mixture of disbelief and irritation as Alex's igloo withstood the harsh winds without faltering. His scales bristled as he muttered under his breath, "Impossible. It must be a fluke." But the storm was far from over, and Alex's true test of survival was only beginning. As the day progressed on Corythus 7, the frozen wasteland grew even more hostile. The pale blue sunlight weakened, giving way to an ominous twilight as the twin suns dipped toward the horizon. As Alex crawled inside to test the shelter, they activated a small emergency heat lamp from their kit. Within moments, the temperature inside began to rise, providing much-needed relief from the bone-chilling cold outside. Alex allowed themselves a brief moment of satisfaction before preparing for the next phase of the exercise. Overhead, a drone monitored the participants' progress, transmitting live footage back to Zekrath and the rest of the Academy's staff. The professor watched the feed with a mixture of disbelief and irritation as Alex's igloo withstood the harsh winds without faltering. His scales bristled as he muttered under his breath, "Impossible. It must be a fluke." But the storm was far from over, and Alex's true test of survival was only beginning. As the day progressed on Corythus 7, the frozen wasteland grew even more hostile. The pale blue sunlight weakened, giving way to an ominous twilight as the twin suns dipped toward the horizon. The temperature, already impossibly cold, began its steady decline toward absolute death. The air became heavier, sharper, as though it carried shards of ice with every breath. Alex Fisher adjusted their thermal jacket, feeling the increasing bite of the elements, but their focus remained unwavering. Around them, the vast expanse of ice and snow stretched endlessly, interrupted only by the occasional jagged spire of a glacier. The other participants, scattered miles apart, were busy activating their high-tech shelters. Through the faint hum of the comm device in Alex's ear, snippets of the professor's commentary reached them, a mix of praise for advanced technology and dismissive comments about primitive approaches. This environment, Professor Zekrath's voice crackled, is a testament to the importance of progress. No living being, no matter how resourceful, can hope to endure Corythus 7 without the advantage of superior engineering. Alex allowed themselves a small smirk, not bothering to respond. The igloo they had constructed in just under 10 minutes was not a product of advanced technology, but of centuries-old techniques passed down on Earth. It stood firm against the biting wind, its curved walls and interlocked snow blocks a testament to human ingenuity. As Alex examined their work, they began to prepare for the inevitable, the incoming storm. The faint whistling of the wind had already shifted in pitch, growing louder and more erratic. Snowflakes, fine and almost imperceptible earlier, now swirled with increasing density, forming the first hints of a blizzard. Alex's every instinct screamed that worse was coming. Kneeling in the snow, they retrieved their multi-purpose tool and began reinforcing the igloo's walls, packing loose snow into any visible gaps and smoothing the surface to prevent wind from latching onto uneven edges. The thermal lamp inside cast a soft glow through the tiny air vent they had carefully carved at the top. As Alex worked, a distant roar echoed across the frozen plains, carried by the wind. It was not the roar of an animal, but the unmistakable sound of the storm gathering strength. Alex paused, listening intently. The noise was accompanied by the faint vibrations beneath their feet, a reminder of how merciless this planet could be. This was no ordinary storm. It was the type that reduced even the sturdiest structures to rubble and swallowed entire expeditions without a trace. The comm device in Alex's ear crackled again, this time with a message that seemed tinged with urgency. Participants, prepare for extreme weather conditions. Wind speeds are increasing beyond predicted levels. Ensure your shelters are secure. Alex imagined Zekrath's smug expression as he likely envisioned their failure. But failure was not an option. Standing, Alex took stock of their surroundings. Snow was piling up rapidly around the base of the igloo, threatening to block the narrow entrance tunnel. Alex quickly cleared it, using the snow to further fortify the walls. Each motion was calculated and deliberate, conserving energy in the rapidly plummeting temperatures. The sky darkened further, an unsettling shade of gray-blue that seemed almost unnatural. The storm hit moments later, a sudden and ferocious onslaught. Winds howled like banshees, carrying sheets of ice and snow that lashed against Alex's exposed skin. Visibility dropped to near zero, and the temperature plunged so low that even the layers of thermal protection felt inadequate. Alex ducked into the igloo, sealing the entrance with a carefully placed snow block. Inside, the sound of the storm was muted but still menacing. The structure held, its ingenious design dispersing the weight of the accumulating snow and deflecting the wind's relentless pressure. Alex sat cross-legged on the packed snow floor, taking a moment to catch their breath. The thermal lamp cast a warm circle of light, its gentle hum a comforting contrast to the chaos outside. Alex pulled a ration pack from their kit and nibbled on a high-energy bar, replenishing their strength. Every decision, every movement, was a calculated step toward survival. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the planet, the situation was not as stable. The comm channel buzzed with frantic reports from other participants. "My shelter's integrity is failing," one voice shouted, followed by static. Another voice chimed in, trembling with fear. "The wind tore off part of the dome. I can't keep it stable." Professor Zekrath's authoritative tone cut through the chaos. "Activate your emergency protocols. Deploy secondary reinforcements immediately." Alex couldn't help but wonder how the professor was reacting to the realization that the most advanced technology was struggling against the sheer might of the storm. It was moments like this that highlighted the value of simplicity of designs honed by necessity rather than complexity. Alex's igloo, built with nothing more than snow and human ingenuity, stood resilient as the storm raged on. Hours passed, and the storm showed no signs of abating. The temperature inside the igloo remained bearable, though Alex knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. They checked the air vent periodically, ensuring it remained unobstructed by snow. Their hands, despite the gloves, were beginning to stiffen from the cold. But they pushed through, knowing that movement was key to maintaining circulation. Outside, the wind howled like a living beast, battering the landscape with unrelenting fury. The comm device crackled again, but this time it was Zekrath himself addressing Alex directly. "Fisher, this is Professor Zekrath. What is your status?" Alex tapped the device, their voice steady despite the circumstances. "Shelter is holding. Temperature stable. No issues to report." There was a pause, as though the professor were processing the response. "Interesting. I must admit, I expected your unconventional approach to fail by now." Alex smiled faintly, leaning back against the igloo's wall. "The storm isn't over yet, Professor. Let's see how everything holds up." The professor's response was curt. "Indeed." As the storm dragged into the night, Alex remained vigilant. Periodically, they reinforced the interior of the igloo, using their multi-purpose tool to shave off loose snow and pack it tightly into weak spots. The shelter, though humble, continued to defy the elements, its compact design proving superior to the exposed domes and angular structures used by the other participants. By the time the storm finally began to weaken, Alex had been awake for nearly 20 hours. Exhaustion weighed heavily on them, but the sight of the first faint light breaking through the storm clouds filled them with a sense of triumph. Crawling out of the igloo, Alex surveyed the landscape. The once pristine plains were now a chaotic mess of snowdrifts and shattered ice formations. Several of the high-tech shelters lay in ruins, their inhabitants huddled nearby in survival pods. Professor Zikrath's voice came through the comm one final time. "Fisher, report to the rendezvous point. The exercise is complete." Alex stood, brushing snow from their jacket, and glanced back at the igloo still intact, a quiet symbol of resilience and adaptability. With steady steps, they began the trek toward the designated meeting area, the echoes of the storm fading behind them. As the first pale rays of light broke through the turbulent skies of Coretha 7, the landscape revealed the full extent of the storm's wrath. The once smooth, icy plains were now a jagged chaos of snowdrifts and shards of ice, a testament to the planet's unrelenting ferocity. The air, still frigid and biting, seemed almost calm compared to the hours-long torment of roaring winds and blinding snow. Alex Fisher, stepping out of their igloo, surveyed the scene with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The storm had passed, and the real test of survival had begun. The igloo stood firm behind Alex, its rounded structure a stark contrast to the ruins scattered across the horizon. Many of the high-tech shelters, once hailed as marvels of engineering, lay in shattered pieces, their advanced materials unable to withstand the storm's relentless assault. Some participants were huddled near the remnants of their shelters, activating emergency distress signals, their thermal suits the only thing keeping them alive. Others had retreated into survival pods, their once confident demeanor replaced with visible fear and frustration. Alex's comm device crackled to life, and Professor Zikrath's voice, as sharp and authoritative as ever, filled the air. "All participants, report to the designated rendezvous point immediately. Assistance will be provided where necessary." Alex could detect a hint of tension in the professor's tone, though it was expertly masked by his usual commanding presence. It was clear that the results of the exercise were not aligning with his expectations. The human's unconventional approach had not only survived the storm but appeared to have fared better than the very technologies Zikrath so passionately championed. Gathering their gear, Alex began the trek toward the rendezvous point. Each step was laborious, the snow deep and treacherous after the storm. The icy ground beneath was slick, and even the slightest misstep threatened to send them sprawling. Despite the challenges, Alex pressed forward with quiet determination, their mind racing through the events of the past hours. Every decision, every adjustment to the igloo had been critical. Survival wasn't just a test of strength or technology, it was a test of resilience, adaptability, and an understanding of the environment. As Alex approached the rendezvous point, the scale of the exercise's fallout became evident. Small groups of participants were gathered around rescue drones, their shelters demolished or rendered useless. The once pristine confidence of their advanced equipment was now little more than shattered panels and exposed wiring. Alex noticed several alien participants gesturing animatedly, their voices raised in frustration as they argued with Academy staff. It was clear that the failure of their equipment had shaken their trust in the very technologies they had relied upon. Zikrath himself stood at the center of the gathering, his towering reptilian form commanding attention even amidst the chaos. His emerald scales glistened faintly under the pale light, and his piercing yellow eyes scanned the participants with an expression that was difficult to read, part frustration, part contemplation. When his gaze landed on Alex, it lingered for a moment longer than necessary. Alex could almost feel the weight of the professor's judgment as they approached the group. The igloo had not only survived but had done so with minimal resources, a direct challenge to everything Zikrath had preached about the superiority of technology. Alex's success was not just a personal triumph but a statement that humans, so often underestimated, possessed a unique resourcefulness that could not be replicated by machines. The professor raised a clawed hand, signaling for silence as the remaining participants gathered. His voice, though controlled, carried an edge of irritation. The storm has passed, but it has exposed critical flaws in many of your approaches. Advanced technology, while powerful, is not infallible. Those who relied solely on it without understanding the environment paid the price. His words were met with a murmur of agreement from some and silence from others. Zekrath turned his attention directly to Alex, his sharp gaze narrowing slightly. Fisher, step forward. Alex complied, their expression calm but resolute. The gathered participants turned to watch, their curiosity palpable. Many had heard about Alex's unconventional shelter during the storm but had yet to see the results for themselves. Zekrath gestured toward the horizon. Your shelter. It survived the storm intact? Yes, Professor, Alex replied evenly. It's still standing, fully functional. The professor's eyes flickered with something that could have been respect, though his tone remained skeptical. Describe your process. Alex took a steady breath before explaining. I built an igloo using compacted snow blocks. The structure's design disperses wind pressure and insulates against the cold. It's a method humans have used for centuries in extreme climates. I reinforced the walls during the storm and kept the air vent clear to ensure proper ventilation. The professor's tail twitched, a subtle sign of agitation. You relied on primitive techniques while others had access to advanced shelter modules. And yet you succeeded where many of them failed. How do you explain this? Alex met his gaze without hesitation. Survival isn't just about the tools you have, it's about how you use them. The storm didn't care about technology, it cared about structure and adaptability. The igloo worked because it was designed for environments like this. Advanced doesn't always mean better. Zekrath's expression hardened, though he did not immediately respond. The murmurs among the other participants grew louder, their disbelief and curiosity evident. Many of them had dismissed Alex's approach as outdated and impractical, yet the results were undeniable. After a long pause, Zeke grudging, it seems there is merit to your unorthodox approach. However, this does not excuse the risks you took by rejecting standard equipment. Alex inclined their head slightly, acknowledging the point but remaining firm. With respect, Professor, the greatest risk would have been relying on equipment that couldn't withstand the storm. The response elicited a faint ripple of approval from some of the participants, though Zekrath's irritation was palpable. He turned to address the group as a whole. Let this serve as a lesson. Adaptability and understanding your environment are as important as the tools you bring. This exercise was not merely a test of survival, it was a demonstration of resourcefulness. Some of you succeeded, others did not. His gaze swept over the group before finally landing on Alex once more. Fisher, your performance today will be noted in the Academy's records. While I may not agree with your methods, I cannot deny their effectiveness. Alex nodded, suppressing a smile. The acknowledgement, however reluctant, was enough. As the group prepared to depart Corythus 7, Alex glanced back one last time at their igloo, still standing defiantly against the icy expanse. It was a symbol of resilience, a testament to the power of simplicity in the face of overwhelming odds. For Alex, the lesson was clear: survival was not about proving superiority, but about adapting to the challenges at hand. On Corythus 7, they had done just that, and in doing so, they had left an indelible mark on the Galactic Academy's understanding of what it truly meant to endure. As the participants boarded the transport shuttle to leave Corythus 7, the tension among the group was almost palpable. The aftermath of the storm had left many shaken, their confidence in technology, and perhaps even themselves, thoroughly tested. The shuttle hummed softly as it ascended from the planet's surface, its thermal shielding keeping the harsh cold at bay. Alex Fisher sat quietly near a window, watching as the icy expanse of Corythus 7 shrank beneath them, a reminder of the grueling exercise they had just endured. For Alex, the victory was bittersweet. The igloo, their makeshift sanctuary, had proven its worth, but the ordeal had highlighted a broader issue: the blind reliance on technology without understanding the fundamentals of survival. Alex's thoughts drifted back to the moments during the storm when they had heard distress calls from other participants. Many had struggled to maintain their high-tech shelters, their faith in advanced equipment crumbling alongside the fragile domes. The silence inside the shuttle was interrupted by Professor Zekrath's commanding voice as he addressed the group. Participants, I trust this exercise has provided you with valuable insights. Survival on Coretha 7 was not merely a physical challenge, but a test of your ability to think critically under extreme conditions. Some of you succeeded. Many of you did not. His yellow eyes scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Alex before moving on. Upon arrival at the academy, each of you will receive a detailed analysis of your performance. The data collected during the exercise will inform not only your individual evaluations but also future training protocols. The professor's tone was measured, yet there was an undercurrent of frustration, a tacit acknowledgement that the results of the exercise had not aligned with his expectations. The other participants exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of relief at surviving and trepidation about the forthcoming evaluations. Alex remained calm, their confidence bolstered by the undeniable success of their approach. When the shuttle docked at the Galactic Academy's orbiting station, the participants disembarked in orderly fashion, each directed to a debriefing room. Alex's turn came quickly. They were led into a stark, minimalist room where Professor Zekrath waited, flanked by two other instructors. A large holographic display occupied one wall, projecting data and images from the exercise. "Fisher," Zekrath began, his tone clipped but not unkind. "Take a seat." Alex complied, their posture relaxed but attentive. The professor activated the holographic display, which showed a detailed map of Coretha 7, overlaid with data points representing each participant's location and performance. The image zoomed in on Alex's igloo, highlighted in glowing blue. "This," Zekrath said, gesturing to the projection, "is your shelter. A primitive structure constructed from compacted snow, lacking any advanced materials or integrated systems. Yet it withstood the storm where many high-tech shelters failed. Explain to me, Fisher, why this worked." Alex leaned forward slightly, choosing their words carefully. The igloo's design disperses pressure evenly, which is crucial in extreme wind conditions. Its compacted walls insulate against the cold, trapping heat inside without the need for external power sources. It's a technique that's been used for centuries in some of Earth's harshest climates. The simplicity of the structure is its strength. It doesn't rely on complex systems that can fail. Zekrath regarded Alex with an inscrutable expression before nodding slowly. "You are correct. The simplicity of your approach was, in this instance, an advantage. However, simplicity alone does not guarantee success. Why did you choose this method over utilizing the standard equipment provided?" Alex met his gaze without hesitation. "I knew the environment on Coretha 7 would test the limits of any shelter. The standard equipment is impressive, but it's designed with assumptions about wind speeds, temperature thresholds, and the duration of storms. I've trained in environments like this before, and I trusted the igloo's proven effectiveness. It wasn't about rejecting technology, it was about using the right tool for the job." The other instructors exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Zekrath's tail flicked, a subtle sign of contemplation. "Your reasoning is sound," he admitted, though his tone carried a hint of reluctance. "Your shelter not only survived but thrived. However, this exercise was about more than building a shelter. It was a test of resilience." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Teamwork?" "We were intentionally isolated for the duration of the exercise." Zekrath's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. "Precisely. How you handle isolation, how you approach problems without external support, is a reflection of your ability to contribute to a team under pressure. Your success was commendable, Fisher, but it was solitary. Did you not consider reaching out to assist other participants?" The question caught Alex off guard. They paused for a moment, recalling the distress calls they had heard during the storm. "I considered it," Alex admitted, their tone measured. "But leaving my shelter would have put my own survival at risk. If I couldn't protect myself, I wouldn't have been able to help anyone else." Zekrath studied Alex for a long moment before nodding. "A valid point. However, survival in a controlled exercise is one thing. In real-world scenarios, collaboration often makes the difference between success and failure. Keep that in mind." The debriefing continued with a detailed breakdown of Alex's performance, highlighting both their strengths and areas for improvement. The holographic display shifted to show footage of other participants' shelters collapsing under the storm, their frantic attempts to repair or reinforce the structures. It was a stark contrast to the calm, methodical approach Alex had taken. When the session concluded, Zekrath stood, signaling that the conversation was over. "You have exceeded expectations, Fisher. I will be including your methodology in the Academy's survival training curriculum." "Dismissed." Alex rose, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room. As they stepped back into the corridor, they felt a surge of satisfaction. It wasn't just about proving Zekrath wrong, it was about demonstrating the value of human ingenuity and resilience in a galaxy that so often underestimated their kind. In the days that followed, word of Alex's success spread through the Academy. Other participants, initially dismissive of the humans' methods, now approached them with curiosity and respect. Alex shared their experience freely, emphasizing that survival was not about being the strongest or the most advanced, but about understanding the environment and adapting to its challenges. Professor Zekrath, meanwhile, remained a figure of both authority and controversy. While he grudgingly acknowledged Alex's accomplishments, he was already planning the next iteration of the survival exercise, determined to refine the balance between technology and adaptability. For Alex, the experience on Coretha 7 was more than a test, it was a validation of everything they had learned and believed. In a galaxy driven by progress and innovation, there was still room for the wisdom of the past and the strength of the human spirit. And as they prepared for their next challenge, Alex knew that their journey at the Galactic Academy was only just beginning. The days following the Coretha 7 exercise brought a mixture of reflection, celebration, and recalibration at the Galactic Academy. The participants, once scattered across the icy wasteland, now gathered in common spaces, sharing their experiences of survival and recounting the lessons learned in the face of nature's merciless power. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, Alex Fisher's story stood apart, a tale of defiance against conventional wisdom that rippled through the halls of the Academy. For Alex, the return to the Academy was bittersweet. While the success of their igloo and the acknowledgement of Professor Zekrath had solidified their place as a formidable survivalist, the victory raised deeper questions. Why had so many relied so completely on technology? Had the blind faith in advanced systems dulled the instincts of their peers? And, perhaps most importantly, could their achievement spark a broader change in how survival training was approached? These questions lingered as Alex prepared for the final component of the exercise, a public debrief and evaluation session held in the Academy's Grand Hall. This event, a staple of the Academy's curriculum, served as both a learning experience and a ceremonial conclusion to major exercises. In the hall, students, instructors, and Academy leaders gathered, their attention focused on the towering holographic screens that dominated the room. Each participant's performance would be analyzed, their successes and failures dissected for all to see. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the session began. Professor Zekrath, flanked by a panel of senior instructors, took the stage, his imposing presence commanding silence. He began with an overview of the exercise, his tone neutral and academic. The Coretha 7 survival exercise was designed to test the limits of adaptability, resourcefulness, and resilience under extreme conditions. Each of you faced unique challenges, and your responses have provided invaluable data for refining our training methodologies. As he spoke, the screens came to life, displaying footage from the exercise. Scenes of collapsing shelters, frantic repairs, and moments of ingenuity played out in stark detail. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience as they witnessed the storm's fury and the participants' varied attempts to endure it. When the footage shifted to Alex's igloo, the room fell into a hushed silence. The screens showed Alex's methodical construction of the shelter, the compacted snow blocks rising steadily against the backdrop of an approaching storm. The simplicity of the structure stood in stark contrast to the high-tech domes that faltered under the same conditions. Professor Zekrath paused, his gaze sweeping over the audience. And then, there was Fisher. The murmurs grew louder as the professor's words hung in the air. He gestured to the screens, where the footage continued to play, showing the igloo withstanding the storm's full force. This, Zekrath continued, is a prime example of what can be achieved through a deep understanding of one's environment. Fisher's approach, though unconventional, succeeded where advanced systems failed. It is a testament to the power of knowledge, creativity, and adaptability. Alex, seated among the other participants, felt the weight of every gaze in the room. Some looked on with admiration, others with curiosity, and a few with thinly veiled skepticism. Zekrath's acknowledgement, though begrudging, was a significant moment not just for Alex but for the broader conversation about survival training. The professor turned his attention directly to Alex. "Fisher, join me on the stage." Alex rose, their movements steady and deliberate, and made their way to the front of the hall. Standing beside Zekrath, they faced the audience, the holographic screens casting a faint glow over the scene. "Fisher," Zekrath said, his voice carrying both authority and respect, "you have demonstrated an approach that challenges conventional wisdom. Share with us your perspective what drove your decisions on Coretha 7. Alex took a moment to gather their thoughts before speaking. "Professor, survival isn't just about the tools you have, it's about how you use them. Technology is an incredible asset, but it's not infallible. The storm on Coretha 7 didn't care about advanced materials or integrated systems. It cared about structure, stability, and adaptability. The igloo worked because it was designed for those conditions. I didn't reject technology, I chose the method that made the most sense for the environment." Their words resonated through the hall, drawing nods of agreement and murmurs of approval. Zekrath regarded Alex with a thoughtful expression before addressing the audience. "This lesson," he said, his voice firm, "is one we must all take to heart. In our pursuit of progress, we must not lose sight of the fundamentals. Fisher's success reminds us that innovation is not just about new tools, but also about reimagining old ones." The session continued with evaluations of the other participants, but the focus remained on the broader implications of Alex's achievement. Discussions broke out among students and instructors alike, many questioning how survival training could be enhanced to balance technology with foundational skills. For Alex, this was the true victory, not just surviving the storm, but sparking a dialogue that could reshape the Academy's approach. In the days that followed, Alex became a source of inspiration and curiosity. Fellow students sought them out, eager to learn more about the techniques they had used. Instructors invited Alex to lead workshops on practical survival skills, blending Earth's ancient methods with modern insights. Even Zekrath, though still proud and somewhat distant, began incorporating elements of Alex's approach into his lessons. One evening, as Alex walked through the Academy's garden, a rare patch of greenery aboard the orbiting station, they encountered Zekrath. The professor, his imposing figure softened by the tranquil setting, seemed lost in thought. "Fisher," he said, turning to face them, "you've given me much to think about." Alex smiled faintly. "I hope that's a good thing, Professor." Zekrath chuckled, a sound that seemed almost unnatural coming from him. "It is. You've reminded me that survival is not about superiority but adaptability. Even the most advanced systems must respect the environment they're designed for. I was wrong to dismiss your methods." The admission, though understated, carried a weight that Alex could not ignore. They nodded, their respect for the professor deepening. "Thank you, Professor. But I think we've both learned something from this." Zekrath inclined his head, a gesture of agreement, before walking away. Alex watched him go, feeling a sense of closure and possibility. As the Academy returned to its routine, the lessons of Coretha 7 continued to ripple outward. Alex's success was more than a personal triumph, it was a catalyst for change, a reminder that the path to progress often requires looking back as well as forward. For Alex, the journey was far from over, but they faced the future with renewed confidence, knowing that their voice and their methods had made a lasting impact.
Ambassador Zulrax of the Vexillian Collective nervously adjusted his breathing apparatus as he waited for the Galactic Senate proceedings to begin. The massive amphitheater bustled with activity, representatives from over 300 species settling into their designated areas, a cacophony of clicks, whistles, and translated murmurs filling the chamber. "First time facing the humans?" asked Diplomat Tharos, the Andromean representative seated beside him. Tharos had skin that shimmered like polished copper and 4 eyes that blinked in alternating pairs. Zulrax's neck frills fluttered in annoyance. "Is it that obvious? Your secondary hearts are pulsing so loudly I could hear them from the refreshment area." Tharos chuckled, a sound like pebbles rattling in a metal can. "Don't worry. The stories about humans are greatly exaggerated." "Which stories?" Zulrax asked, scanning the chamber for the human delegation. "The ones about them surviving atmospheric pressures that would crush most species? Or the ones about them continuing to fight after losing limbs? Or perhaps you mean the reports about them domesticating apex predators for companionship?" Tharos waved a dismissive hand. "Propaganda and fear-mongering. Humans are just soft-skinned mammals who happen to evolve on a death world. They are not the unstoppable warriors everyone makes them out to be. The Senate Overseer, a towering Qualaxian with crystallized neural pathways visible beneath translucent skin, raised all 6 of her arms for silence. The Galactic Senate recognizes the human delegation, representing Earth and its 7 colony worlds. Zulrax leaned forward, expecting to see a contingent of battle-scarred warriors. Instead, a single human female approached the central podium. She appeared unremarkable, lacking scales, additional limbs, or even basic defensive capabilities like armored plating or venomous appendages. Her skin was a light brown, hair pulled back in a simple arrangement, wearing what appeared to be standard diplomatic attire. "Greetings, esteemed representatives," the human said, her voice calm and pleasant through the translation systems. "I am Ambassador Miranda Reynolds, representing the United Earth government. I thank you for this opportunity to address our concerns regarding the recent trade route disputes in the Orion Spur." "That's their chosen warrior diplomat?" Zulrax whispered. "She doesn't even have reinforced bone structure." Theros smirked. "What did you expect? Battle armor and plasma cannons? This is the Senate, not a war council." As Ambassador Reynolds continued her presentation, Zulrax found himself growing increasingly confused. The human spoke with remarkable restraint about the incursions into their shipping lanes, never once raising her voice or making direct accusations despite presenting evidence of deliberate sabotage by the Trescan mining conglomerate. In the spirit of cooperation, Reynolds was saying, "We propose a joint oversight committee to establish fair usage guidelines for the disputed sectors. Earth is prepared to share our advanced navigation systems with all committee members as a gesture of goodwill." The Trescan representative, Director Grav, lurched to his feet, his segmented exoskeleton clicking loudly. "The human lies. They seek to monitor our mining operations and steal our technology." Zulrax expected an angry retort, perhaps even a challenge to combat, as was customary among many species when directly accused of deception. Instead, Ambassador Reynolds smiled. "Director Grav raises valid concerns about proprietary information. We are happy to modify our proposal to include neutral third-party oversight of all shared technology. Perhaps the Andromean Collective would be willing to serve in this capacity, given their well-respected position on technological ethics." Theros straightened beside Zulrax, clearly surprised at being mentioned. "The humans are offering their navigation systems? Those are classified technology. No species shares their navigational advantages willingly." The Senate chamber erupted in murmurs. Zulrax watched as various representatives conferred with their delegations. "Is that significant?" "Significant," Theros hissed. "Human navigation systems are at least 2 generations ahead of anyone else's. They can plot micro-jumps through asteroid fields that would tear our ships apart. And they are just giving it away." The Overseer called for order, and Director Grav spoke again, his mandibles clicking rapidly in what Zulrax recognized as a sign of agitation. "We reject this transparent attempt to curry favor with the Senate. Humans are warmongers who only recently evolved beyond killing each other. Their history is written in blood." Ambassador Reynolds nodded thoughtfully. "Director Grav is correct about our history. Humans have committed terrible atrocities against one another. We don't hide from our past, we learn from it. That's precisely why we seek diplomatic solutions now." She smiled again, and Zulrax felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine ridges. "We prefer peace," Reynolds continued, her voice warm and sincere. "We genuinely do. That's why we are offering concessions that some might consider excessive. We have seen the alternative up close, and we don't wish to return to it." "She threatening them?" Zulrax whispered. Tharos's copper skin had dulled slightly, and not explicitly. "That's what makes it worse." 3 solar cycles later, Zulrax found himself aboard the human diplomatic vessel Harmony for a cultural exchange reception. The ship was surprisingly comfortable, with environmental controls adjusted for each species' requirements. Ambassador Reynolds greeted every delegate personally, asking thoughtful questions about their customs and offering appropriate refreshments. Ambassador Zulrax, "I'm delighted you could join us," Reynolds said, approaching with a tray. "We have synthesized the mineral supplements your species requires. Our xenobiologists worked with your medical attach to ensure they are properly balanced." Zulrax accepted the offered nutrients, genuinely impressed. Most species don't bother accommodating Vexillian dietary needs. "We are a small coalition. Every voice in the galactic community matters," Reynolds replied, "especially those representing developing worlds. Earth remembers what it's like to be the newcomer at the table." As they conversed, a loud commotion erupted across the reception hall. The Trescan delegation had arrived, and Director Grav was loudly complaining about the environmental settings. "These temperatures are barely tolerable," he chittered angrily at a human staff member. "Trescan physiology requires higher humidity levels. Are you deliberately trying to compromise our comfort?" Before the staff member could respond, Ambassador Reynolds excused herself from Zulrax and approached the Trescan delegation. "Director Grav, please accept my sincere apologies. There must have been an error in our environmental systems. If you will allow me." She tapped a control panel on her wrist, and within moments the area around the Trescans noticeably shifted, the air becoming more humid as specialized emitters activated. "Is this more suitable? We can adjust further if needed." Her tone remained unfailingly polite. Director Grav's antennae twitched in what Zulrax recognized as surprise. "This is adequate." "Excellent. We have prepared a private dining area for your delegation with proper nutrient solutions. But if there's anything else you require, please don't hesitate to ask." As Ambassador Reynolds guided the Trescans toward their designated area, Zulrax found himself standing next to Admiral Jackson, the human military attack. Unlike most military officials Zulrax had encountered, the Admiral wore a simple uniform with minimal decorations, despite his rumored decades of service. "Your ambassador handles difficult situations with remarkable patience," Zulrax observed. Admiral Jackson smiled slightly. "Miranda is one of our best. She genuinely believes in peaceful resolution. Even when dealing with those who have actively sabotaged human vessels." The Admiral's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened momentarily. "Especially then." "I don't understand." "Let me put it this way, Ambassador Zulrax. Humans compartmentalize very effectively. We can genuinely seek peace while simultaneously preparing for alternatives. When Miranda offers generous terms, it's not just because she's kind. Though she is, it's because she knows exactly what the alternative would entail." "You mean war?" Zulrax asked, his frills fluttering nervously. Admiral Jackson sipped his beverage. "We prefer not to think in such binary terms. There are many options between total peace and total war. Miranda's job is to ensure we stay firmly on the peaceful end of that spectrum." "That sounds ominous." "Does it? I find it reassuring. It means we are committed to finding solutions that don't involve conflict." The Admiral's smile returned. "Humans aren't the mindless warriors some species paint us as. We are actually quite reasonable." Before Zulrax could respond, a human server approached with a tray of compatible refreshments. "Would either of you care for additional beverages?" "No thank you, Thomas," Admiral Jackson replied. As the server moved away, Zulrax noticed something odd. "Oh, that server has a military bearing. And there's a concealed weapon under his jacket." Admiral Jackson's expression remained pleasant. "All our diplomatic staff receive defensive training. Standard procedure." "That's not diplomatic staff. That's a soldier pretending to be a server." The Admiral didn't deny it. "As I said, we compartmentalize effectively. Now, I believe Ambassador Reynolds is about to announce the cultural presentation. You will enjoy this. We have prepared demonstrations of Earth art forms tailored to each species' sensory capabilities." The following day, Zulrax attended the Senate session where the Trescan human trade dispute would be formally addressed. To his surprise, Director Grav approached the podium first. After careful consideration and productive discussions with the human delegation, the Trescan mining conglomerate has decided to accept the proposal for joint oversight of the disputed sectors. Furthermore, we acknowledge our responsibility in the recent navigation hazards reported by human vessels and offer compensation for damages incurred. The Senate chamber went silent with shock. The Trescans were notorious for their aggressive business practices and rarely admitted wrongdoing. Something had changed since yesterday's reception. Ambassador Reynolds took the podium next. The human delegation thanks Director Grav for his cooperative approach. We are pleased to reduce our requested compensation by 30% as a gesture of goodwill and look forward to a productive partnership. As the session continued, Theros leaned toward Zulrax. Did you see Grav's secondary appendages? They were trembling. Something happened. They attended the human reception last night, Zulrax replied thoughtfully. Perhaps they were impressed by the hospitality? Theros made a sound of disbelief. Trescans don't change their position over some adjusted humidity and proper food. Something else happened. Later that evening, Zulrax encountered one of the junior Trescan delegates at a diplomatic lounge. The young Trescan, named Krill, seemed intoxicated on fermented minerals and unusually talkative. But you want to know why Director Grav changed his mind? Krill chittered, his mandibles clicking rapidly. It wasn't the reception, though their attention to our physiological needs was unexpectedly thorough. No, it was what happened after. What do you mean? Zulrax asked. Ambassador Reynolds invited Director Grav to a private tour of their vessel. Standard diplomatic courtesy, yes? Except they didn't tour the diplomatic quarters. Krill's antennae twitched nervously. They took him through their military section. That seems unusual. They showed him their weapons systems. Not boastfully, they explained everything calmly, scientifically. The capabilities, the range, the precision. Then they showed him historical footage from their world wars. Footage we have never seen in the official records. Was it meant as a threat? Krill's exoskeleton shuddered. That's the terrifying part. There was no threat. The ambassador was unfailingly polite, even apologetic about humanity's violent past. She explained how it taught them to value peace above all else. Then she personally guided him to the shuttle bay, thanked him for coming, and expressed hope for a mutually beneficial resolution. Zulrax's frills fluttered in confusion. I don't understand. Don't you see? Krill leaned closer, lowering his voice. They didn't threaten us. They didn't need to. They just showed us what they are capable of, wrapped in perfect politeness. The most chilling part was when Admiral Jackson casually mentioned that the vessel we were on wasn't even a warship, just a diplomatic vessel with standard defensive capabilities. As Krill scuttled away, Zulrax remained in the lounge, pondering this new information. He recalled Admiral Jackson's words we compartmentalize very effectively. The next morning he watched as the human delegation finalized their agreement with the Trescans. Ambassador Reynolds was smiling warmly, offering additional concessions that seemed unnecessarily generous. Yet now Zulrax understood the message beneath the pleasantries. They are not scary when they are threatening war, Theros observed, joining him. They are scary when they are being nice while showing you exactly why you don't want them to stop being nice. Zulrax nodded slowly. I think I understand humans better now. 6 galactic months after the Trescan human resolution, Zulrax found himself promoted to senior ambassador for the Vexillian Collective. His insights into human diplomatic strategies had impressed the Council of Elders enough to fast-track his career, though he wasn't entirely sure this was a good thing. Understanding humans seemed to be an increasingly valuable skill in galactic politics. Congratulations on the promotion, Ambassador Reynolds said, approaching him at the grand reception for the Galactic Trade Summit. She wore a different outfit today, still simple by the standards of most species, but Zulrax had learned to notice the subtle indicators of human formal attire. I heard your analysis of our negotiation style was quite thorough. Zulrax felt his neck frills flutter in embarrassment. "You know about my report?" "Of course." She smiled, that same warm expression that now seemed so much more complex to him. "We maintain comprehensive intelligence on all diplomatic assessments. Your observations were remarkably perceptive. Should I be concerned that you are telling me this so openly?" Reynolds laughed, a pleasant sound that nonetheless made Zulrax's secondary hearts beat faster. "Not at all. Transparency builds trust, don't you think? Besides, your report was fair. You recognized our genuine desire for peaceful relations while acknowledging our alternative capacities." Before Zulrax could respond, the massive doors to the reception hall slid open with a thunderous boom. A delegation of Craxus Dominion representatives stormed in, their scaled bodies adorned with traditional battle marks and ceremonial weapons. The Craxus were a relatively new addition to the Galactic Senate, having achieved faster-than-light travel only 3 decades ago. They were notorious for their aggressive expansion and territorial disputes. "This should be interesting," Reynolds murmured, sipping her beverage. "The Craxus have been making noise about the Orion Treaty borders for months." And Zulrax watched as the Craxus war speaker, a hulking figure named Dravex, scanned the room before fixing his gaze directly on the human delegation. With purposeful strides, Dravex approached Reynolds, flanked by 4 guards whose clawed hands rested on ceremonial but very functional plasma blades. "Human," Dravex growled, his translator barely smoothing the harsh tones of Craxi speech. "Your kind has stolen what rightfully belongs to the Dominion." Reynolds didn't flinch, despite the war speaker towering over her by at least a meter. "War Speaker Dravex, welcome to the summit. I don't believe we have had the pleasure of formal introductions. What specific concern brings you to our conversation?" Dravex slammed a data crystal onto the table beside them, causing several nearby delegates to back away hastily. "The Rigel system. Your colony ships have been detected establishing outposts on the 4th planet. Rigel belongs to the Craxus by right of historical claim." Zulrax felt tension flood the room. The Rigel system was resource-rich but had long been considered neutral territory due to its position between several power blocks. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding," Reynolds replied, her voice remaining calm. "The United Earth government has established a scientific research station in the Rigel system, not a colony. We are conducting ecological surveys under the provisions of Galactic Senate Resolution 5429, which permits scientific exploration of undeveloped systems." Lies. Dravex's scales flushed a deep crimson. "Our scouts detected defensive systems. Science stations do not require military-grade shields." Reynolds nodded thoughtfully. "You are correct about the defensive systems. Given the volatile nature of Rigel's star and the frequent meteor activity in the system, standard safety protocols require enhanced shielding. We'd be happy to share our survey data with your scientific corps and even welcome Craxus observers to the station." But Dravex leaned down until his face was uncomfortably close to Reynolds. "The Craxus Dominion does not observe. We conquer. You have 3 planetary cycles to withdraw from Rigel, or we will remove you by force." A subtle shift occurred in the room. Zulrax noticed several of the human servers moving to strategic positions, though their postures remained relaxed and their expressions pleasant. Admiral Jackson appeared at Reynolds' side as if materialized from thin air. "War Speaker," Jackson said, his voice carrying the same pleasant tone as Reynolds, "perhaps we could discuss this privately. The summit reception isn't the ideal venue for territorial negotiations." Dravex straightened, towering over both humans. "There is nothing to negotiate. Rigel belongs to the Craxus. Your presence there is an act of war." "I understand your position," Reynolds said, "and I respect the Craxus Dominion's proud warrior tradition. That's why I'd like to invite you to tour our research facility before making your final decision. Complete transparency. You can bring your own security detail, of course." Something in her tone made Zulrax's skin prickle with unease. He recognized the pattern now, the same approach they'd used with the Treskans. Polite, reasonable, yet somehow deeply unsettling. Dravex appeared momentarily confused by the offer. The Kraxus were accustomed to threats and counter-threats, not invitations and transparency. You would allow Kraxus warriors onto your station? Absolutely, Reynolds smiled. I believe once you see the nature of our work, you will understand it poses no threat to Kraxus interests. In fact, our atmospheric conversion research might benefit your colonization efforts in similar systems. Admiral Jackson nodded. We could depart tomorrow on the Harmony. We have already adjusted life support systems to accommodate Kraxus physiology. Dravex's inner eyelids flickered in what Zulrax recognized as suspicion. The same vessel that hosted the Trescan delegation before they surrendered their claims. The very same, Reynolds confirmed pleasantly. It's our primary diplomatic vessel. The war speaker straightened, his posture shifting subtly. We will consider your invitation. Expect our response by morning. Without further ceremony, he turned and stalked away, his guards following closely. As soon as they were out of earshot, Zulrax turned to Reynolds. You are doing it again. Doing what, Ambassador? Her expression was one of innocent inquiry. The same strategy you used with the Trescans. Politeness masking. He struggled to find the right words. Deterrence, Admiral Jackson supplied helpfully. We prefer to think of it as educational diplomacy. Educational? Reynolds sighed, and for the first time Zulrax saw a glimpse of something harder beneath her diplomatic exterior. The Kraxus are relatively new to interstellar politics. They evolved on a predator-heavy world similar to Earth and developed a culture that respects strength above all else. They don't yet understand that there are different kinds of strength. So you will show them your weapons again? Your war footage? Actually, said Jackson, we thought we might show them something different this time. The next morning, Zulrax was surprised to receive an invitation to join the diplomatic mission to the Rigel research station. Curiosity overcame caution, and he found himself aboard the Harmony alongside the Kraxis delegation, which included war speaker Dravex and 6 heavily armed guards who made little effort to conceal their hostile assessment of the human vessel. Ambassador Zulrax will be documenting this visit as a neutral third-party observer, Reynolds explained to Dravex. The Vexillian Collective has no stake in the Rigel system. The Vexillian have no stake in anything, Dravex growled dismissively. Watchers, not doers. Rather than taking offense, Zulrax found himself fascinated by the dynamics unfolding before him. The humans maintained their impeccable hospitality, offering perfectly calibrated refreshments for Kraxis biology and adjusting environmental controls to the warmer but drier conditions they preferred. As the Harmony entered the Rigel system, Admiral Jackson personally guided their group to the observation deck. Through the massive viewport, they watched as they approached a modestly sized station orbiting the 4th planet, considerably smaller than Zulrax had expected given the conflict it had generated. That is your claimed territory? Dravex actually laughed, a harsh barking sound. It is barely larger than a standard outpost. Size isn't everything, War Speaker Reynolds replied mildly. The research conducted here could transform countless worlds. Once docked, the delegation was led through the station. Zulrax noticed immediately that this wasn't the carefully orchestrated show of military might that the Trescans had described. Instead, Reynolds took them directly to the research laboratories where human scientists worked alongside various alien species. Our primary focus is developing terraforming technology that works within existing ecosystems rather than replacing them, Reynolds explained as they entered a massive biodome. Inside, a miniature landscape reminiscent of the Kraxis homeworld flourished under carefully calibrated lighting. This simulation helps us understand how to enhance worlds for colonization without destroying their native biology. But Dravex seemed unimpressed. Terraform? We conquer worlds as they are. Only the strong deserve to survive. Reynolds nodded thoughtfully. An efficient approach for naturally compatible worlds. But what about the thousands of resource-rich planets that currently require expensive life support systems? Wouldn't it be more efficient to adapt them? As they continued the tour, Zulrax noticed Dravex's guards becoming increasingly restless, clearly expecting some kind. And this, Reynolds said finally, leading them to a secured section, is what we are most proud of. The doors slid open to reveal a circular chamber filled with what appeared to be medical pods. Inside each, various species floated in clear solutions attached to monitoring equipment. "What is this, prisoners?" Dravex demanded, his hand moving to his weapon. "Patients," Reynolds corrected gently. "This is our Xenomedical Research Division. These volunteers suffer from conditions previously considered untreatable. We are developing universal medical protocols that can be adapted to any species' biology." Admiral Jackson stepped forward. "Including Craxus biology. Your species' natural regenerative capabilities are remarkable, but your warriors still die from plasma burns and certain toxins. We believe we have developed treatments that could save thousands of Craxus lives in both combat and civilian contexts." For the first time, Dravex seemed genuinely taken aback. "You would share such technology?" "Of course," Reynolds said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Medical advances benefit everyone. We have already submitted the research to the Galactic Medical Council, with unrestricted access for all member species." The war speaker stared at the medical pods for a long moment. "Show me the defensive systems of this station." Admiral Jackson raised an eyebrow but nodded. "This way." They were led to a surprisingly modest control room where a handful of humans monitored various screens. Jackson gestured to the central display, which showed a network of satellites surrounding the system. Standard early warning system. The shields I mentioned are primarily designed to protect against solar radiation from Rigel's star, which emits unusual levels of delta particles. The station has point defense systems for meteoroids, but nothing that would qualify as military-grade weaponry. "Then how do you defend yourselves?" one of the Craxus guards asked, sounding genuinely confused. Reynolds smiled. "We don't need to. This is a scientific outpost in neutral space, operating with full transparency under Galactic Senate oversight. Attacking it would violate at least 7 major treaties and result in immediate sanctions from virtually every trading power." "Laws do not stop plasma cannons," Dravex growled. "No," Admiral Jackson agreed. "But consequences might give one pause before firing them." Zulrax watched as Reynolds stepped closer to the war speaker, her smile never wavering. The war speaker Dravex, "May I speak frankly? Humans understand the warrior mindset better than most species realize. Our history is filled with conquest and territorial disputes. We have fought wars over resources, ideology, even simple misunderstandings. Then you know that the strong prevail. We know that strength takes many forms," Reynolds countered. "The most dangerous predator isn't always the one with the largest claws. Sometimes it's the one that can turn enemies into allies, that can build rather than destroy, that can transform hostile environments instead of merely surviving them." She gestured around them. "What you are seeing isn't weakness, war speaker. It's a different kind of strength, one that allowed a single species from a gravity well in an unremarkable star system to become a significant power in galactic politics within a single century." For the first time, Zulrax saw uncertainty in the Craxus war speaker's posture. Dravex looked around the control room, at the humans calmly going about their work, then back to Reynolds and Jackson. "What would happen," he asked slowly, "if we were to attack this station despite your warnings?" Reynolds' expression didn't change, but something in her eyes did. "First, all research data would be automatically transmitted to secure locations throughout settled space. Second, emergency protocols would evacuate all essential personnel. Third," she paused. "Well, humans have a saying, 'Don't poke the bear unless you are prepared for it to wake up.'" "I don't understand this reference." Admiral Jackson stepped in. "It means that we genuinely prefer peaceful cooperation. We are sincerely committed to scientific advancement that benefits all species. But if forced to demonstrate other capabilities, well, we'd rather not go down that path. It tends to end poorly for everyone involved." The journey back to the Galactic Senate was conducted in relative silence. Zulrax observed the Craxus delegation engaged in intense private discussions, while the humans maintained their pleasant, accommodating demeanor throughout. 3 days later, at the formal Senate session addressing territorial rights in the Rigel system, War Speaker Dravex approached the podium. The chamber fell silent, many delegates expecting a declaration of Craxus' intentions to seize the disputed territory. The Craxus Dominion, Dravex began, his voice carrying through the chamber, recognizes the scientific value of the human research station in the Rigel system. After thorough investigation, we have determined that their presence does not threaten our interests. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the chamber. Zulrax caught Reynolds' eye across the room. She offered a small nod of acknowledgement. Furthermore, Dravex continued, the Dominion proposes a joint research initiative focusing on xenomedical applications of the atmospheric processing technology. We will provide security for the Rigel station in exchange for priority access to development data. But as the session concluded, Tharos found Zulrax in the diplomatic lounge. Another bloodless victory for the humans. No threats, no shows of force, yet the notorious Craxus backed down completely. How do they do it? Zulrax considered the question carefully. I think we have been misunderstanding humans all along. We see their lack of natural defenses and assume they must compensate with artificial weapons. We hear about their violent history and assume they must be constantly restraining some inner savagery. But aren't they? No. What makes humans truly dangerous isn't their capacity for violence. It's their adaptability. They can be warriors when necessary, but they prefer to be builders, healers, explorers. They don't win by threatening war. They win by making war seem like the least advantageous option for everyone involved. Later that evening, Zulrax found himself sharing a quiet drink with Ambassador Reynolds in one of the Senate's garden terraces. The Craxus will honor their agreement, he observed. Despite their warrior culture, they respect strength, even when it takes an unfamiliar form. Reynolds nodded. We hoped they would. The Craxus aren't so different from early human civilizations. Given time, they will discover that cooperation often yields better results than conquest. You never intended to intimidate them with weapons or war footage, did you? Not like with the Treskans. Different species require different approaches. She smiled. The Treskans respect technological superiority. The Craxus respect capability and directness. And what do humans truly want in all this? Territory? Resources? Power? Reynolds looked out at the stars visible through the garden's transparent dome. To explore, to learn, to grow, and yes, to survive and thrive. But preferably not at anyone else's expense. She turned back to him. The galaxy is vast enough for everyone if we are clever about how we share it. Zulrax felt his frills flutter in amusement. You know, that's exactly what makes your species so terrifying. You are genuinely sincere about cooperation and advancement, yet simultaneously prepared for alternatives. It's unsettling. A compliment from a Vexillian diplomat, Reynolds laughed. I will take it. As they continued their conversation, Zulrax found himself revising his understanding of galactic politics. The humans weren't the unstoppable warriors of legend, nor were they the naive peacekeepers some dismissed them as. They were something far more complex, a species that had learned from its violent past precisely how valuable peace could be, yet retained the capacity to defend that peace by any means necessary. The most frightening thing about humans, Zulrax decided, wasn't their adaptability to hostile environments, their technological ingenuity, or even their potential for violence. It was their genuine preference for being nice, and the implicit understanding that this preference was a choice they made each day, not a limitation of their nature. In the vastness of space, many species had evolved to be dangerous. Humans had evolved to be whatever they needed to be. And somehow, that was so much worse.
Ambassador Zixtil of the Valorian Confederation paced nervously in the reception chamber of the diplomatic vessel, Harmonic Convergence. Today marked a historic moment. the official introduction of humans to the wider galactic community. Zixtil's 4 hearts beat rapidly as he reviewed the briefing materials one final time. The gravity alone should have crushed them, he muttered to his assistant Kriva, who was arranging welcome refreshments that had been carefully tested for human compatibility. Their planet has active volcanoes, massive bodies of liquid water, and extreme temperature variations. How did they survive long enough to develop space travel? Kriva's skin flickered from pale blue to a worried purple. They evolved as prey animals that later became predators. The briefing says they still have instincts from both. She lowered her voice. Did you see the section about their endurance? They don't stop pursuing prey until it collapses from exhaustion. They call it persistence hunting. Let's not dwell on that aspect, Zixtil said quickly. Like most spacefaring species, Valorians evolved on a planet with stable climate, minimal geological activity, and few predators. Earth, classified as Death World 7, was among the most dangerous planets ever to produce sentient life. The ship's communication system chimed softly. Human shuttle requesting final docking clearance, announced the ship's AI in soothing tones. Grant clearance, Zixtil replied, straightening his ceremonial sash, and increase gravity in the reception area to Earth standard as discussed. The ship acknowledged the command. Immediately, Zixtil felt heavier, his movements becoming more difficult. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, but he reminded himself that humans lived their entire lives under such crushing force. The things they endured daily would qualify as torture for most galactic citizens. Final preparations, he told the assembled greeting party, all volunteers who had undergone special training for human interaction. Remember, they display teeth as a sign of friendliness, not aggression. Their skeletal structures contain calcium, deposits that make them much denser than they appear, and most importantly, they are accustomed to constant danger. What terrifies us is simply Tuesday for them. The airlock indicator shifted from red to green. With a soft hiss, the door slid open. 3 humans entered the chamber. Zixtil had studied images, but nothing prepared him for the reality. They moved with easy confidence despite the gravity. Their eyes, forward-facing predator eyes, scanned the room quickly, assessing everything. And when they smiled, they displayed rows of white, bone-hard teeth. The first human stepped forward. Commander Jack Miller, United Earth Space Force. He extended a hand, a limb packed with bones and powerful muscles. In the greeting gesture they had been briefed about, fighting every instinct telling him to flee. Zixtil extended his upper limb and allowed the human to grasp it. The strength in those fingers was alarming, though the human was clearly being gentle. On behalf of the Valorian Confederation and the Galactic Council, we welcome humanity to the wider community of spacefaring civilizations, Zixtil said, proud that his voice remained steady. The second human moved forward. Lieutenant Susan Wright, Science Division. Her grip was equally firm. Thank you for accommodating Earth normal gravity. We brought personal gravity compensators just in case, but it's nice not to need them. The third human completed the introductions. Greg Daniels, diplomatic advisor. This one's grip was slightly less crushing. We've been looking forward to this meeting since your probes first contacted us 18 months ago. The formal welcomes completed, Zixtil guided the humans to the prepared refreshment area. We have synthesized some Earth foods based on molecular patterns provided by your advance team. I hope they are satisfactory. Jack picked up something approximating an apple and bit into it with those terrifying teeth. Not bad, a bit like a pear crossed with a cucumber, but definitely edible. Susan accepted a cup of coffee, a stimulant that would send most Valorians into cardiac arrest. This is really good. Better than what we get on long deployments. As they settled into discussion, Zixtil found himself gradually relaxing. The humans were clearly making efforts to appear non-threatening. They spoke of peaceful exchange, scientific cooperation, and cultural understanding. But then the conversation turned to Earth. What's your home planet like? Greg asked politely. Kriva answered. Valoria has stable weather patterns, minimal tectonic activity, and carefully managed wildlife preserves for the few predatory species that survived our early development. Sounds peaceful, Jack said. Earth's a bit more dynamic. We understand your planet experiences extreme weather events? Zixtil inquired cautiously. Susan laughed. Oh yeah, I grew up in Oklahoma, Tornado Alley. We used to sit on the porch and watch them form before heading to the shelter. Dad called it nature's dinner theater. The Valorian delegation exchanged alarmed glances. They watched violent atmospheric disturbances for entertainment. And your oceans cover most of your planet's surface? Kriva asked, trying to keep her skin color stable. About 71%, Greg confirmed. My family has a beach house in Florida. Nothing better than swimming in the Atlantic at sunrise. Zixtil nearly choked on his drink. Humans willingly immerse themselves in uncontrolled masses of water? For pleasure? We've prepared a cultural exchange presentation, Zixtil said, changing the subject. This shows some of the most significant challenges Valorian civilization has faced. The display showed a minor earthquake that had damaged several cities centuries ago. The humans watched politely but seemed unimpressed. That registers maybe 4.5 on our Richter scale, Jack commented. We get those fairly regularly along the Pacific coast. The next footage showed a major storm that had been considered catastrophic on Valoria. Looks like a Category 1 hurricane, Susan observed. Pretty, mild by Earth standards. By the end of the Valorian presentation, it was clear that what constituted historical disasters for the Confederation were routine events on Earth. Would you like to see some images from Earth? Greg offered, activating his data tablet. The first images showed massive mountains with jagged peaks covered in ice. The Rocky Mountains, Greg explained, great hiking in the summer. You climb those voluntarily? Kriva asked, her skin now pale with shock. Sure, the views are worth it, Susan said cheerfully. The next images showed massive waves crashing against cliffs while tiny human figures rode them on small boards. My brother's a surfer, Jack explained. He says there's nothing like riding a 20-foot wave to clear your mind. The final images showed a place called Yellowstone, with ground that actually vented superheated steam and pools of boiling acidic water in vibrant colors. One of our national parks, Greg said proudly. Over 4 million visitors each year. 2 of the Valorian delegates had to excuse themselves by this point. Zixtil remained only through sheer diplomatic discipline. As the first meeting concluded, Jack shook Zixtil's hand again. This has been great. Looking forward to showing you folks more about humanity as we move forward. After the humans departed for their temporary quarters, Kriva collapsed into her support chair. They watch destructive weather events for entertainment, she whispered. They swim in uncontrolled water masses. They climb frozen rock formations for pleasure. And they bring their young to visit active geological hot zones as a family activity. Zixtil's color had faded to a pale, shocked gray. The report was right. Earth isn't just a death world. It's a planet that should be impossible for sentient life. And humans don't just survive there. They enjoy it. Kriva finished. What kind of species evolves to take pleasure in conditions that would kill? Post-sentient beings? Zixtil looked at the closed airlock door. I believe we're about to find out. And I'm not sure the galaxy is ready for the answer. 3 months after first contact, the Intergalactic Cultural Exchange Program officially began. 5 human representatives would live aboard the Valorian Station Peaceful Resonance for 6 months, while 5 Valorian diplomats would visit Earth. Both sides hoped this direct experience would build understanding between their vastly different species. The human team boarded the station on a quiet Tuesday morning. Dr. Olivia Martinez led the group as their scientific coordinator. She specialized in marine biology and was eager to learn about alien ocean life. Dr. Alan Powell, a geologist with a booming laugh, followed close behind. Dr. Diane Foster, a cultural anthropologist with a gentle smile, came next. Captain Ben Howard represented the military aspect of the exchange, his movements precise and watchful. Kelly Thompson, a chef and nutritionist, completed the team, carrying extra bags of Earth spices. Station Director Vorlon greeted them at the airlock. Welcome to Peaceful Resonance. We've prepared a special section adjusted to Earth conditions. Thank you for your hospitality, Olivia said with a warm smile that made Vorlon's skin ripple nervously. Even after months of preparation, those bone-filled human mouths were unsettling. The humans followed Vorlon through curved hallways to their quarters. The Valorian station consisted of connected spheres rather than straight corridors, reflecting their homeworld's natural architecture. We've set the gravity in your section to 0.7 Earth standard, Vorlon explained. Our systems cannot safely maintain full Earth gravity. Ben bounced slightly on his toes. No problem, it's like being on the moon. Should be fun. Vorlon's translator struggled with the concept of fun applied to reduced gravity. The idea that humans would find physical danger entertaining still confused the Valorians. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Valorian delegation was struggling to adjust. Despite extensive preparation and protective gear, Earth's conditions proved more challenging than anticipated. Ambassador Venril sent increasingly alarmed reports to the Confederation Council. The humans living near the place called Alaska endure temperature variations of over 40 degrees in a single season, one report noted. Many consider this invigorating rather than potentially lethal. Another report described humans in a region called Arizona who enjoyed outdoor activities in temperatures that would cause Valorian organ failure within minutes. The report included disturbing accounts of recreational activities called sunbathing and saunas, where humans deliberately expose themselves to heat and radiation. Back on the space station, the human team settled into their routine. The recreation deck had been modified with Earth-type exercise equipment. Alan and Ben discovered they could jump nearly 3 meters high in the reduced gravity. "This is better than a trampoline park," Alan shouted as he somersaulted in midair. Several Valorian scientists observing from behind a safety barrier trembled at the reckless display. One activated an emergency medical alert before being assured that the humans were not in distress. Cultural exchange sessions took place daily. Today, Diane was explaining Earth entertainment to a group of fascinated Valorians. "Movies are moving pictures that tell stories," she explained. "We have many different types. Comedies make us laugh, dramas make us feel emotions, and action films excite us." "What about the category called horror?" asked junior researcher Tixara. "Our data suggests these are designed to create fear responses." Diane nodded. "That's right. Horror movies scare us on purpose. People enjoy the feeling of being frightened in a safe environment." The Valorians exchanged troubled glances. One of them, Medical Officer Prelkan, raised a tentative limb. "You seek fear, intentionally, for pleasure?" "Sure," Diane said. "It gives you an adrenaline rush, gets your heart pumping. Some people love roller coasters and haunted houses for the same reason." The station's cultural database struggled to translate these concepts. The closest Valorian equivalent to adrenaline rush translated roughly as near-death terror response. The idea that humans would seek this sensation voluntarily was deeply disturbing. That evening, a call came in from Earth. The Valorian delegation had experienced a serious incident during a diplomatic dinner. The humans had introduced entertainment in the form of what they called a mild action movie. The film, something about a human named Indiana Jones, contained scenes so distressing that 2 Valorian diplomats lost consciousness, and a third developed stress ripples across their skin that wouldn't fade for hours. Kriva, who was serving as chief liaison on Earth, appeared on the video screen looking distinctly pale. "The humans seemed confused by our reaction," she reported to Vorlon. "They claimed this was considered family entertainment suitable for their young." Vorlon turned to Olivia, who had joined the call. "Is this accurate? Your species shows such material to children?" Olivia looked embarrassed. "Indiana Jones is pretty tame by our standards. It's rated for general audiences. I watched those movies when I was 7 or 8 years old." After the call ended, Vorlon called an emergency meeting with the station's xenopsychology team. "We need to better understand how humans process fear," he insisted. "Their approach defies all established models of sentient behavior." The next day, Kelly organized a small dinner party to improve relations. She prepared simplified versions of Earth foods adjusted for Valorian digestion. As they ate, Ben shared stories about his military training. In survival school, they dropped us in the wilderness with just a knife, he explained between bites. No food, no water, no shelter. We had to live off the land for 2 weeks. The Valorians at the table froze in horror. This was punishment? Asked Security Chief Mezcon. Ben laughed. No, it was training. Actually kind of fun once you get past the hunger. I caught a fish with my bare hands on day 3. Best meal of my life. Dr. Zorbix, the station's xenopsychologist, made furious notes on his datapad. His research was beginning to form a theory. Humans didn't just tolerate danger. They had evolved to seek controlled forms of it as preparation for their hostile environment. Later that night, Alan suggested hosting a movie night for the human team. Just to unwind a bit, he said. Nothing too intense. Kelly agreed, selecting what humans considered mild entertainment, an action film with moderate suspense. The Valorians asked to observe remotely, part of their ongoing study of human behavior. As the humans relaxed and enjoyed the film, occasionally cheering during dangerous scenes or laughing at moments of tension, the Valorian observers watched, in scientific fascination. They're experiencing physiological fear responses, whispered Dr. Zorbix, monitoring their vital signs remotely. Elevated heart rates, increased adrenaline, pupil dilation, but their brain scans show pleasure centers activating simultaneously. How is that possible? Vorlon asked. I believe, said Zorbix slowly, we've discovered something profound. Deathworlders don't just survive terror, they've evolved to harness it. They deliberately seek controlled danger as a way to prepare for real threats. His voice dropped even lower. What terrifies us trains them. That night, Zorbix began drafting a classified report to the Valorian High Council titled Recreational Fear, the Evolutionary Advantage of Deathworlders. The implications would change galactic understanding of humans forever. 4 months into the exchange program, an incident nearly caused a serious diplomatic problem. Dr. Alan Powell was touring the engineering section of the Valorian station with Chief Engineer Trelxan. They approached a sealed door marked with Valorian warning symbols. This area contains our secondary reactor cooling system, Trelxan explained through his translator. The radiation levels beyond this point would be harmful to Valorians. Alan glanced at the readout beside the door. The numbers displayed the radiation measurements in standard galactic units. He suddenly burst into laughter, a loud sound that echoed through the corridor. Trelxan's skin flashed bright orange in alarm. He slammed his limb against the emergency button on the wall. Sirens wailed throughout the section. Security barriers dropped from the ceiling, and evacuation alerts blared in Valorian. What's happening? Alan asked, his laughter stopping abruptly. Emergency containment protocols, Trelxan said, backing away from Alan. Please remain still until security arrives. Within minutes, security officers surrounded Alan. Dr. Zorbix and Station Director Vorlon hurried to the scene. Medical staff stood by with radiation treatment kits. I don't understand, Alan said, looking confused. Did I do something wrong? Vorlon's voice was tight with concern. You laughed at a severe radiation warning. We assumed you were experiencing the early symptoms of radiation poisoning, which include confusion and inappropriate emotional responses. Alan's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, no, I'm fine. I was laughing because... He paused, suddenly realizing how his reaction might seem. The radiation levels you're warning about are what we'd consider completely safe on Earth. Those readings are similar to what humans experience during a normal sunny day at the beach. A stunned silence followed his words. Impossible, whispered Trelxan. Those levels would cause cellular damage to Valorian tissue within minutes. Alan pulled out his personal tablet and quickly pulled up some Earth data. Look, here are the background radiation levels in major Earth cities. And here's what we consider the safety threshold for human exposure. The Valorians stared at the numbers in disbelief. What they considered extreme danger was baseline on Earth. I wasn't laughing at your caution, Alan explained gently. I was just surprised by the difference in our tolerances. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. This incident led to a comprehensive review of safety standards between species. The humans were shocked to learn that standard Valorian living conditions would be considered eerily peaceful on Earth. No weather variations, no temperature shifts, no background radiation. The next day, Diane Foster organized a special presentation for the Valorian scientific team. After yesterday's misunderstanding, we thought it would help if we explained some fundamental differences between our species. She began. Captain Ben Howard joined her at the front of the room. Humans evolved on a planet with constant threats, he explained. Predators, weather, geological activity, disease. Our ancestors had to deal with all of these daily. Diane advanced to the next slide. This shaped not just our bodies, but our psychology. We developed something called the fight, flight, or freeze response to danger. But most galactic species have similar responses, interjected Dr. Zorbix. True, Ben nodded. But here's the difference. Humans also evolved to seek controlled exposure to threats. We call it stress inoculation or thrill seeking. The presentation showed images of humans engaging in various activities, climbing sheer rock faces, diving into deep water, riding small vehicles at high speeds, and watching frightening entertainment. We believe, Diane continued, that humans who practiced facing danger in controlled settings were better prepared when real threats appeared. This trait was selected for over thousands of generations. Dr. Zorbix's skin rippled with excitement. This confirmed his theories about recreational fear. So when humans watch these horror movies, they are actually training their fear responses. Exactly. Diane smiled. In a safe environment, we can experience fear, process it, and learn to function despite it. Later that evening, Kelly Thompson organized a small movie night for those Valorians brave enough to participate. She selected what humans considered extremely mild entertainment, a children's adventure film with very light peril. 5 Valorian scientists volunteered, including Dr. Zorbix. They were connected to medical monitors and given mild sedatives as a precaution. As the film played, the humans watched with amusement as the Valorians reacted with gasps and skin color changes to scenes humans found completely tame. During one mild chase sequence, 2 Valorians had to leave the room to compose themselves. Dr. Zorbix remained, though his color fluctuated wildly. When the film ended, he turned to Kelly with new understanding in his large eyes. "This was designed for your young?" he asked, his voice wavering slightly. "Yes," Kelly confirmed. "Human children generally enjoy a little excitement in their stories." "Fascinating," Zorbix said. "I believe I understand now. You use these simulated dangers to prepare your offspring for your dangerous world." The next morning, an emergency message arrived from the Valorian delegation on Earth. They had been invited to attend something called a county fair and were requesting immediate consultation. "What is a roller coaster?" asked Ambassador Venril, looking distinctly unwell even through the video feed. "The humans describe it as entertainment, but the specifications they showed us appear to be some kind of torture device." Olivia tried not to smile. "It's a thrill ride, a track with steep drops and tight turns that gives you a feeling of controlled danger." "And humans enter these devices voluntarily? For pleasure?" Venril seemed unable to process this concept. "Many do, yes. Children especially love them." The ambassador's skin turned a deep blue of distress. "They subject their young to this? As some form of endurance test?" "No," Olivia explained patiently, "because it's fun. The feeling of fear in a safe environment gives humans a rush of pleasurable chemicals in our brains." After the call ended, Olivia joined the others in the recreation room. "I don't think the Earth delegation is enjoying their stay as much as we're enjoying ours," she said with a small laugh. Alan nodded. "It's strange, isn't it? What they consider terrifying, we consider boring. What we consider fun, they consider traumatic." "Dr. Zorbix has a theory about that," Ben said, bouncing a ball against the wall and catching it with ease in the low gravity. "He thinks our entire entertainment industry is actually a sophisticated training system to prepare us for danger." Diane looked thoughtful. "He might not be entirely wrong. Think about it. We pay good money to be scared in safe environments. Horror movies, haunted houses, extreme sports. Speaking of which, Kelly interrupted, checking her tablet. I just got permission to organize a haunted corridor for Halloween next month. She grinned mischievously. I wonder if any of our Valorian friends will be brave enough to try it. The humans laughed, not unkindly, but with genuine amusement at the cultural gap between their species. What the Valorians didn't yet fully grasp was that humans didn't just endure their dangerous world. They had learned to find joy in the very things that should terrify them. And that, perhaps, was the most alien thing about them of all. 6 months into diplomatic relations, disaster struck. An uncharted asteroid cluster damaged a Valorian science vessel, the Serene Discovery. The ship was now stranded in orbit around an unstable gas giant in the Proxima system. Its engines were damaged, and the vessel was slowly being pulled into the planet's crushing atmosphere. 19 crew members faced certain death. The Valorian High Council called an emergency meeting. The nearest Valorian rescue ships were 3 days away, too late to save the crew. However, the human vessel Northern Star, captained by Erica Nelson, was conducting a survey mission just 8 hours from the distressed ship. Council member Zivtax looked deeply troubled. The conditions near that gas giant include high radiation, extreme pressure variations, and atmospheric toxins. We cannot ask humans to risk themselves in such conditions. Ambassador Zixtil, who had been working with humans since first contact, sighed. What is deadly to us may not be to them. I suggest we at least inform them of the situation. After much debate, the council agreed to contact the Northern Star. Dr. Diane Foster and Dr. Zorbix joined the call from the station to help with communication. When Captain Nelson received the distress call, her reaction surprised the Valorians. Instead of fear or hesitation, her expression showed focused determination. Send us the ship's exact coordinates and all data on the gas giant, she requested immediately. We can reach them in under 8 hours at maximum burn. Council member Zivtax spoke cautiously. Captain Nelson, I must inform you that the environment around the gas giant exceeds safety parameters for most species. The radiation alone is well within human tolerance, Nelson interrupted. I've reviewed the data you're sending through now. These conditions are challenging but not impossible for us or our ship, Diane added. The Valorians have different environmental tolerances than we do, Captain. What's deadly to them is often manageable for humans. Nelson nodded. My crew is already preparing for rescue operations. We'll establish direct communication once we're in range. After the call ended, the council members sat in stunned silence. They're not just willing to attempt a rescue, Zixtil observed. They seem almost eager. Dr. Zorbix's skin rippled with scientific excitement. This confirms my research on human psychology. They view crisis situations as challenges rather than threats. Notice how Captain Nelson immediately focused on solutions rather than dangers. On the Northern Star, Captain Nelson briefed her crew. The situation is difficult but not impossible. The Valorian ship is caught in the upper gravitational field of a gas giant. Their engines are damaged and they can't break orbit. We have approximately 12 hours before their ship is drawn too deep into the atmosphere for rescue. Lieutenant Ryan Price, the ship's pilot, studied the approach vectors. The asteroid field will be tricky to navigate, especially at speed. The ship's computer recommends we take a longer route around it. Time is critical, Nelson replied. Can you navigate it manually? Price grinned. Manually, sure. It'll be like threading needles while riding a bull, but I've practiced harder scenarios in simulation. Chief Engineer Sam Cooper outlined the rescue plan. Their docking systems are incompatible with ours, so we'll need to use the emergency airlocks. We've modified our atmosphere scrubbers to handle the gas giant's outer layers. The radiation shielding should hold if we don't linger too long. When the Northern Star approached the Proxima system, they established direct contact with the stranded Valorian vessel. This is Science Director Kelvor of the Serene Discovery, came the weak transmission. Our situation is deteriorating faster than expected. Hull integrity is at 62% and falling. Understood, Director, Nelson replied calmly. We're 8 minutes from your position. Prepare your crew for emergency evacuation. As they approached, the humans got their first visual of the situation. The sleek, oval Valorian ship was visibly damaged, caught in the swirling outer atmosphere of a massive gas giant streaked with purple and red storms. Debris from the asteroid collision floated dangerously around the ship. "That's a mess," Lieutenant Price muttered, his hands moving rapidly over the manual controls. Switching to full manual navigation now. The Northern Star shuddered as it entered the gas giant's outer gravitational field. Warning lights flashed across control panels as radiation levels rose and pressure increased on the hull. "All within acceptable parameters," Chief Cooper reported, though sweat beaded on his forehead. "But I wouldn't want a vacation here." Price navigated the ship through the debris field with remarkable precision, occasionally making quick jokes about particularly close calls. The rest of the crew responded with tense laughter or encouraging comments. To an outside observer, they might have seemed strangely relaxed given the deadly situation. When they finally reached the Valorian vessel, they found its crew in a state of near panic. The Valorians had sealed themselves in emergency survival pods, their skin pale with terror. "We need to move quickly," Nelson told them through the communication system. "Your ship won't hold much longer. We'll attach to your emergency airlock and evacuate you one by one." The rescue operation was difficult. The two ships struggled to maintain position in the gas giant's turbulent atmosphere. Each time a Valorian was transferred between ships, both vessels shuddered dangerously. After 18 crew members had been evacuated, a violent storm surge from the gas giant slammed into both ships. The impact broke the airlock seal before the final Valorian could cross. Warning alarms blared through both vessels. "We've lost the connection," Chief Cooper shouted. "The Valorian ship is being pulled deeper into the atmosphere." Without hesitation, Lieutenant Ryan Price grabbed an emergency spacesuit. "I can reach them through the exterior guide cables. We haven't come this far to lose one." "That's too dangerous," Nelson said firmly. "I'll go." "With respect, Captain, I'm the best zero-G maneuverer on the ship," Price replied, already sealing his helmet. "And somebody needs to pilot us out of here once I get back with our guest." Before Nelson could object further, Price had entered the airlock. The crew watched nervously on monitors as he launched himself across the gap between ships, using the remaining guide cables for direction in the violent atmospheric currents. The Valorians observed in stunned silence. One crew member had to be sedated after witnessing Price's suicidal spacewalk. To them, what the human was doing was beyond comprehension, deliberately exposing himself to conditions that should kill any rational being. Price reached the Valorian ship, found the stranded crew member, and began the perilous journey back. Twice, sudden atmospheric bursts nearly tore them from the cables. Each time Price adjusted with remarkable calm, even making a joke about cosmic rodeo that the ship's microphones picked up. When they finally returned safely to the Northern Star, the ship immediately began its escape burn. They cleared the gas giant's atmosphere just as the abandoned Valorian vessel imploded under the increasing pressure. As the rescued Valorians received medical attention, Science Director Kelvor approached Captain Nelson with trembling limbs. "Your crew member deliberately exposed himself to deadly conditions," he said, his voice still shaking. "He even seemed to derive pleasure from the extreme danger. How is this possible?" Nelson smiled slightly. "Lieutenant Price is one of our best. And yes, he probably did enjoy the challenge on some level. When humans face dangerous situations and overcome them, we often experience a feeling of accomplishment. But the risk was calculated," Nelson finished. "Price knew his limits and capabilities. What looks like reckless behavior to you was actually a carefully assessed action to him." Later, as the Northern Star headed for the nearest Valorian space station with their rescued passengers, Dr. Zorbix received an urgent message from the High Council. They wanted his complete research on human psychology immediately. The successful rescue had profoundly shaken Valorian understanding of what was possible. "They don't just tolerate danger," Zorbix dictated into his recorder. "They rise to meet it. What would paralyze us with fear instead focuses them." Perhaps this is the true meaning of the term Deathworlders. Not just that they can survive terrible conditions, but that such conditions somehow bring out their best qualities. 1 year after first contact, the Intergalactic Council convened a special session to discuss humanity's unique place in the galactic community. Representatives from 12 spacefaring species gathered in the Great Hall on the neutral planet, Harmonious. The massive chamber hummed with nervous energy as delegates discussed humans in worried whispers. Ambassador Zixtil entered with the human delegation. Dr. Frank Willis, Earth's leading xenopsychologist, would present today. Jack Miller and Susan Wright, the original First Contact team, accompanied him along with Professor Linda Ramirez, a neurobiologist specializing in fear responses. Council leader Voxanar called the session to order. We gather to better understand our newest members. Recent events, particularly the Proxima rescue mission, have raised important questions about human psychology and capabilities. Dr. Willis stepped forward. His presentation was titled, Comparative Fear Responses Across Sentient Species. The large display behind him showed brain scans from various species, including humans. Most spacefaring species evolved on planets with minimal threats, Willis began. Your ancestors survived by avoiding danger through caution and technology. Humans evolved differently. Earth presented constant dangers, predators, weather extremes, natural disasters. We couldn't avoid all threats, so we adapted to function despite them. He showed images of Earth's many environments: frozen tundras, scorching deserts, storm-tossed oceans. Early humans who froze in fear died. Those who could think clearly during danger survived. Willis continued. Over thousands of generations, we developed unique neural pathways. Fear still triggers our fight-or-flight response, but we simultaneously activate problem-solving brain regions. Professor Ramirez stepped forward to explain the next slides. These scans compare brain activity in Valorians and humans experiencing identical fear stimuli. Notice the key difference. Valorian higher reasoning centers essentially shut down during fear, while human brains show increased activity in these regions. Dr. Zorbix, now serving as special advisor to the council, asked a question. This explains human functionality during crisis, but not why humans deliberately seek dangerous activities for entertainment. Willis nodded. That's our most unusual adaptation. Humans use controlled exposure to fear as a form of inoculation against real danger. What we call entertainment, most species would call nightmare simulation. He displayed examples of human recreational activities: rock climbing, skydiving, horror movies, roller coasters. These activities trigger fear responses in safe environments, Ramirez explained. This trains our brains to process fear signals without becoming incapacitated by them. We actually develop positive associations with overcoming these controlled fears. Jack Miller added a practical perspective. When I was training new military recruits, we intentionally put them in stressful situations. The ones who enjoyed the challenge usually became our best crisis responders. Council member Ziftax looked troubled. Are you suggesting that what terrifies us entertains you? Sometimes, Susan answered honestly. Not because we're insensitive to danger, but because we've evolved to find satisfaction in facing challenges. It's how we prepare for a world that constantly tries to kill us. After the presentation, the council opened the hall for a cultural exchange exhibition. The different species shared aspects of their entertainment and recreation. The human display drew the most attention and the most concern. Video screens showed humans enjoying roller coasters, bungee jumping, and haunted houses. A virtual reality setup allowed aliens to experience mild versions of these activities. Most declined after seeing other delegates' reactions. One young Valorian scientist named Zevrix approached the VR display with unusual curiosity. I have studied human psychology extensively, he told Linda Ramirez. I wish to try your roller coaster simulation. His colleagues warned against it, but Zevrix insisted. The humans helped him into the VR headset and started the mildest program, AID, or simple roller coaster with gentle hills and turns. Within seconds, Zevrix's skin rippled through all warning colors. The attendants prepared to shut down the simulation, but Zevrix held up a trembling limb, signaling to continue. When the brief ride ended, He removed the headset with shaking appendages. The other Valorians rushed forward, expecting him to collapse. Instead, he turned to Ramirez with wide eyes. "That was terrible," he said, "yet also fascinating." My fear response was extreme, but I also experienced something else, a chemical reaction I've never felt before. Ramirez smiled. "Probably adrenaline combined with dopamine, what we call a thrill. Your brain registered both danger and safety simultaneously, creating a novel experience." "I wish to try again," Zevrix said, surprising everyone. News of Zevrix's experience spread quickly through the exhibition hall. By day's end, 12 delegates from various species had attempted the human VR experiences. All found them terrifying, but a few, like Zevrix, also discovered something unexpected. A new kind of exhilaration. That evening, the council reconvened for final discussions. Council leader Voxnar addressed the assembly. "Today's presentations have provided valuable insights into human psychology. We now better understand how they function during crisis and why they engage in behaviors we find confusing or disturbing." Dr. Zorbix requested permission to speak. "Based on today's findings and my own research, I propose a new classification for Earth. Not just Death World, but Crucible World, a planet whose harsh conditions forged a species that transformed fear itself into strength." The council voted unanimously to adopt this new classification. Ambassador Zixtil rose next. "When we first encountered humans, we thought them reckless, perhaps even suicidal. The Proxima rescue mission changed my perspective. What looked like disregard for danger was actually confidence born from preparation. Humans don't ignore risks. They prepare for them in ways we never imagined." As the formal session ended, Jack Miller and Susan Wright watched the proceedings with satisfaction. "They're finally getting it," Jack observed. "We're not crazy for laughing at danger." Susan nodded. "We laugh because the alternative is to be paralyzed by it. And on Earth, paralysis means death." After the council session, an unexpected cultural shift began. Zevrix established the first human psychology study group among young Valorian scientists. They cautiously experimented with mild forms of what humans called thrill-seeking, starting with slightly spicy foods and very gentle VR experiences. Other species began similar programs. No non-human would ever enjoy the extreme conditions humans thrived in, but many discovered they could expand their comfort zones through controlled exposure. Some even reported feeling exhilarated after facing minor fears and overcoming them. 6 months later, humanity celebrated another milestone, the first interspecies expedition to explore a marginally habitable planet. The team included members from 4 species, including Zevrix. The non-humans relied on protective gear, but they volunteered despite the risks, inspired by the human approach to challenge. At the mission launch ceremony, Ambassador Zixtil delivered a speech that captured the new understanding between species. "When we first encountered humans, we thought we knew terror, until we saw what Deathworlders were laughing at. Now we understand it wasn't madness we were seeing, but perhaps the highest form of courage in the galaxy. Humans don't just endure their harsh world, they find joy in overcoming its challenges." He raised his ceremonial cup in a toast. "To our human friends, who taught us that fear need not paralyze, that danger can be faced with determination, and that sometimes the best response to terror is laughter." The human delegation smiled, raising their cups in return. On the viewing platform, Dr. Zorbix watched with scientific satisfaction. His research had shown that while non-humans would never match humans' comfort with danger, they could learn from it. Already, emergency response rates had improved across several species thanks to training methods inspired by human practices. As the expedition ship launched toward the stars, Zorbix reflected on how much had changed in just 1 year. Humans had not only joined the galactic community, they had fundamentally altered it, challenging assumptions about fear and courage that had stood for millennia. And perhaps, he thought, that was exactly what the galaxy needed: species who could laugh in the face of danger and teach others to do the same.
Picture this: Somewhere in the vast bureaucratic nightmare that is the Galactic Safety Commission, a report marked "Catastrophic Failure" lands on the desk of Inspector Quinbert Flabbernook with the sound of impending doom. The report is 3,000 pages long, written in the apologetic tone of someone who has just discovered that their entire career is about to become a cosmic joke. Earth, third planet, from an unremarkable star. Population, approximately 8 billion creatures who have somehow managed to survive despite having the collective safety awareness of a particularly reckless lemming convention. Quinbert Flabbernook, whose species had evolved from creatures that considered looking both ways before crossing the street to be advanced quantum physics, stared at the report with the kind of horror usually reserved for discovering that your favorite restaurant has been serving you something that was definitely not chicken for the past 20 years. "What the bloody hell is this?" he squeaked, his voice reaching frequencies that would make dolphins file noise complaints. The report was clear. Earth had failed every single safety test the Galactic Safety Commission had ever devised. Not just failed, spectacularly failed. The kind of failure that makes other failures look like rousing successes by comparison. Test 1, Basic Planetary Hazard Assessment. Earth's score, -47. The examiners had noted that Earth's inhabitants had somehow managed to make their planet more dangerous than when they first arrived. They had split atoms for fun, created weapons capable of destroying their entire species multiple times over, and then, and this was the part that made Quinbert's antennae twitch uncontrollably, they had used those same weapons to make electricity. Test 2, Species Survival Instinct Evaluation. Earth's score does not compute. The testing equipment had literally given up, trying to understand why humans would voluntarily jump out of perfectly functional aircraft, climb mountains that were clearly trying to kill them, and consume beverages that were technically classified as industrial solvents in 17 different star systems. Test 3, Logical Decision-Making Assessment. Earth score, undefined error. The computers had crashed, trying to process the concept of humans who knew something was dangerous and decided to do it anyway because it was dangerous. Test 4, Environmental Adaptation Protocols. Earth score, -infinity. The evaluation team had discovered that humans had somehow managed to survive in environments ranging from frozen wastelands that would kill most species in minutes, to scorching deserts where water was more precious than diamonds, to dense urban environments that violated every known principle of sustainable living. But here was the kicker. They were thriving in these conditions. They had even invented something called extreme sports, which appeared to be a systematic attempt to find new and creative ways to nearly die while having fun. Test 5, Communication and Cooperation Standards. Earth's score, error 404, logic not found. The researchers had documented humans who would argue violently about the correct way to pronounce certain words, then immediately unite to help a complete stranger who was in trouble. They had witnessed humans who would complain bitterly about their governments, while simultaneously organizing elaborate volunteer efforts to help their communities. The evaluation team had given up trying to categorize human social behavior after documenting something called British politeness, which appeared to be a complex system of expressing extreme displeasure through increasingly elaborate forms of courtesy. But here's the thing that made Quinbert's head hurt, in ways that defied the laws of physics. According to the report, these humans weren't just surviving, they were thriving. They were laughing, they were making jokes about their own mortality while simultaneously inventing new ways to accidentally kill themselves. Possible, Quinbert declared to his empty office, because even his assistant had learned to avoid him when he was having one of his existential crises. No species can be this reckless and still exist. It violates the fundamental laws of natural selection. He pulled up the detailed observations section, and that's when things got really weird. The field researchers had documented humans who would see a sign that said, "Danger, do not touch," and immediately develop an overwhelming urge to touch whatever it was. They had found humans who would test the sharpness of knives by running their fingers along the blade. They had witnessed humans who would see a wet floor sign and somehow interpret it as a suggestion rather than a warning. The research team had also documented something called Murphy's Law, which humans had somehow codified as anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Instead of using this knowledge to prevent disasters, humans seemed to treat it as a challenge. They had developed an entire philosophy around the concept that if something was going to go wrong anyway, you might as well enjoy the ride. The most disturbing part? The humans seemed to find all of this hilarious. Quinbert's colleague, Meredith Bumblebottom, had been the lead researcher on the human project. She had returned from her fieldwork with a nervous twitch and a tendency to burst into uncontrollable laughter at inappropriate moments. Her final report had been written entirely in capital letters and ended with the phrase, "I need a very strong drink and possibly therapy." The appendices to her report contained detailed observations that had caused 3 different review committees to request immediate transfers to other departments. There was the incident with something called Black Friday, where humans had demonstrated their ability to organize complex strategic maneuvers that would make military generals weep with envy, all for the purpose of purchasing consumer goods at slightly reduced prices. The violence and coordination displayed had been so impressive that the Galactic Military Academy had requested copies of the footage for training purposes. Then there was the documentation of human festivals, which appeared to be organized attempts to violate as many safety protocols as possible while calling it fun. The researchers had observed something called Burning Man, where humans voluntarily subjected themselves to extreme heat, dust storms, and social conditions that would be considered torture in most civilized systems, all while creating elaborate art installations and maintaining an atmosphere of joyful celebration. The report also included observations of human extreme sports, which the research team had initially assumed was some form of ritualized suicide attempt. Upon closer investigation, they discovered that humans had systematically identified every possible way to nearly kill themselves while moving through space, and had turned each method into a competitive activity with complex scoring systems and enthusiastic spectators. Bungee jumping had been particularly baffling to the research team. Humans would voluntarily attach themselves to elastic cords and throw themselves from great heights, apparently for no other reason than to experience the sensation of nearly dying and then not dying. The fact that they paid money for this experience had caused the Economic Analysis Division to request additional funding to study what they termed the complete breakdown of rational resource allocation behavior. Right, Quinbert muttered, straightening his regulation safety helmet. If I'm going to understand these humans, I need to observe them myself. How dangerous could it be? The universe, had it been capable of laughter, would have found this statement absolutely hilarious. Before departing for Earth, Quinbert spent several days studying the preliminary cultural briefings that had been compiled by previous research teams. The more he read, the more convinced he became that the humans had developed an entirely different relationship with reality than any other known species. There was something called British humor, which appeared to be based on the principle that the worse a situation became, the funnier it was supposed to be. The research team had documented humans who would maintain elaborate jokes in the face of natural disasters, personal catastrophes, and what appeared to be the complete collapse of their social institutions. They had witnessed something called gallows humor, where humans facing life-threatening situations would engage in increasingly elaborate wordplay and comedic observations. The researchers had been particularly baffled by documented cases of humans who, while trapped in elevators or stuck in traffic jams, had somehow managed to turn their predicament into impromptu comedy performances for their fellow sufferers. The cultural analysis team had also struggled to understand something called self-deprecating humor, where humans would voluntarily make themselves the target of jokes, apparently as a form of social bonding. This behavior violated every known principle of status competition and self-preservation, yet it seemed to be one of the most effective methods humans had developed for forming social connections. Kinbert's first stop was a place called England, which according to the reports was where humans had perfected the art of making everything slightly more dangerous than it needed to be while maintaining an air of polite resignation about the whole thing. The cultural briefing had prepared him for some of the more obvious hazards of British society: the tendency to drive on the wrong side of the road, the consumption of beverages that were hot enough to cause serious burns, and something called queuing, which appeared to be a complex social ritual involving standing in organized lines for extended periods while discussing the weather in increasingly elaborate detail. What the briefing had not prepared him for was the sheer creativity humans displayed in finding new ways to make simple activities unnecessarily complicated and potentially hazardous. He materialized in the middle of a small town called Little Wickhamshire, disguised as a human safety inspector. This, he felt, would allow him to blend in naturally while conducting his research. His first encounter was with a human named Bernadette Crumpetshire, who was doing something that the Galactic Safety Commission's computers had classified as statistically impossible to survive. She was riding a bicycle. Now, to most species in the galaxy, the concept of balancing on two wheels while hurtling through space at speeds that could result in serious injury was considered a form of elaborate suicide. But Bernadette was doing it while reading a newspaper, eating a sandwich, conducting a conversation with someone on a small communication device, and somehow managing to navigate around obstacles that would have required his species to conduct detailed environmental impact assessments before attempting to circumnavigate. "Excuse me," Quinbert called out, his voice cracking slightly. "Are you aware that you're engaging in approximately 14 different safety violations simultaneously?" Bernadette stopped her bicycle with a casual grace that defied several laws of physics. She performed this maneuver while somehow managing to catch her sandwich, fold her newspaper, and end her phone conversation without dropping any of these items or losing her balance. "Oh, are you from the council? About bloody time. I've been trying to get them to fix that pothole on Bramblewood Lane for months. Nearly came off my bike there yesterday. Had a right good laugh about it." Quinbert blinked. You laughed about nearly having an accident? Well, of course. What else are you going to do? Can't spend your whole life worrying about every little thing, can you? Life's too short for that nonsense. This was exactly the kind of response that had been documented in the reports, but hearing it in person made Quinbert's brain feel like it was trying to solve a mathematical equation where all the numbers had been replaced with tiny screaming faces. But you could have been seriously injured," he protested. "Could have been, but wasn't, was I? Besides, if I worried about every little thing that could go wrong, I'd never leave the house. And where's the fun in that?" Bernadette gestured toward the street around them, which Kinbert now noticed was filled with humans engaging in various activities that would have required safety committees and risk assessment protocols in any civilized society. There were children playing games that involved running at high speeds while not paying attention to their surroundings. There were adults operating vehicles that appeared to be held together by optimism and mechanical prayers. There was an elderly man attempting to trim hedges using tools that looked like they had been designed by someone who had only heard about the concept of safety through a series of increasingly garbled telephone conversations. "Look at that," Bernadette said, pointing to a woman who was walking a dog that appeared to be at least 3 times her size while simultaneously managing to carry multiple shopping bags and have an animated conversation with a neighbor. "That's Mrs. Pembleton walking Rupert." Dog's a bit overeager, and she's a bit unsteady on her feet, but they've been doing that walk together for 15 years. Sure, there have been a few mishaps, but they sort themselves out, don't they? As if summoned by this observation, Mrs. Pembleton's dog suddenly spotted something interesting across the street and lunged forward with the enthusiasm of a creature that had never heard of traffic laws. Mrs. Pembleton, rather than being dragged into oncoming traffic as Quinbear expected, somehow managed to turn the dog's momentum into a complex pirouette that ended with both of them safely on the sidewalk, her shopping bags intact and her conversation apparently uninterrupted. "See," Bernadette said cheerfully, "works out fine. Always does somehow." Quinbert made a note in his official notebook. Human subject displays complete lack of self-preservation instinct while maintaining inexplicable cheerfulness about potential mortality. Also appears to possess some form of probability manipulation technology. His next encounter was with a human called Reginald Toffium, who was engaged in what humans apparently called DIY, an acronym that Quinbert was beginning to suspect stood for Destroy It Yourself. The cultural briefing had mentioned DIY as a peculiar human practice where individuals would voluntarily attempt to perform complex technical tasks despite having no formal training, professional qualifications, or apparently any understanding of the fundamental principles involved. The practice seemed to be motivated by a combination of economic considerations and what the researchers had termed inexplicable optimism about their own capabilities. Reginald was standing on a ladder that was clearly not designed to support his weight, while attempting to repair something called a roof using tools that appeared to have been designed by someone who had only heard about the concept of safety through a series of increasingly garbled telephone conversations. The ladder itself was a marvel of engineering incompetence. It was positioned at an angle that violated basic trigonometry, supported by what appeared to be a combination of garden furniture and wishful thinking. Reginald had somehow managed to achieve a state of precarious balance that suggested he was operating according to laws of physics that had not yet been discovered by galactic science. "I say," Quinbear called up, "are you aware that your ladder is positioned at a mathematically unstable angle and appears to be held in place by what I can only assume is wishful thinking?" Reginald looked down with the kind of cheerful obliviousness that had been known to cause mental breakdowns in safety inspectors across the galaxy. "Oh, it's fine. Been using this ladder for 20 years, haven't I? Sure, it's a bit wobbly, but what's the worst that could happen?" As if summoned by this question, the ladder immediately began to wobble in a way that suggested it had been waiting for exactly this moment to demonstrate what the worst that could happen actually was. Quinbert watched in horror as Reginald began to fall, fully expecting to witness what humans would undoubtedly classify as a tragic accident. Instead, he watched as Reginald somehow managed to grab onto a drain pipe, swing across to a window ledge, bounce off a conveniently placed awning, catch hold of a tree branch, perform what could only be described as an impromptu gymnastic routine, and land feet first in a pile of leaves that had been raked up moments earlier. "Blimey!" Reginald shouted, brushing leaves from his hair. "That was a bit more exciting than I expected. Good thing I moved those leaves this morning, eh?" Quinbear's notebook fell from his trembling hands. According to every law of probability he knew, Reginald should have been seriously injured. The sequence of events he had just witnessed should have been impossible. There had been too many variables, too many opportunities for disaster, too many moments where the laws of physics should have intervened to produce a tragic outcome. "How?" Quinbert whispered. "How did you know the leaves would be there?" "Didn't, did I? Just lucky, I suppose, though I always say you make your own luck in this life." "Well, most of the time. Sometimes luck just sort of happens to you, doesn't it?" Reginald gathered up his tools with the casual efficiency of someone who had apparently been defying probability on a regular basis for decades. "The trick is not to think about it too much. Start worrying about all the things that could go wrong, and that's when they actually do go wrong. Better to just get on with it and see what happens. This was the moment when Kinbert began to suspect that humans might not be operating according to the same fundamental laws of reality as the rest of the universe. His suspicions were confirmed when he encountered a human called Prudence Wafflebottom, who was engaged in what she described as cooking dinner for the family. Kinbert had studied the reports on human food preparation, and he thought he was prepared for what he might witness. The cultural briefing had described human cooking as a complex process involving the controlled application of heat to various organic materials, with elaborate safety protocols to prevent contamination, burns, and food poisoning. He was wrong. Nothing could have prepared him for watching Prudence simultaneously juggle flaming pans, sharp knives, and what appeared to be a small explosion, while maintaining a running commentary on the weather and her neighbor's questionable choice in garden ornaments. The kitchen was a chaos of activity that would have required a team of professional risk assessment specialists to navigate safely. There were open flames, boiling liquids, sharp objects being manipulated at high speeds, and what appeared to be several different chemical reactions occurring simultaneously. Steam was rising from multiple sources. Timers were beeping in complex rhythms, and there was a distinct possibility that at least one of the cooking processes was approaching critical mass. "The trick," she explained, while somehow managing to flip what looked like a pancake that was actively on fire, "is to not think about it too much. The moment you start worrying about all the ways it could go wrong, that's when it actually does go wrong." Kinbert watched in fascination as she caught the flaming pancake with one hand while using the other to prevent a pot from boiling over, and somehow managed to add ingredients to a third cooking process using what appeared to be her elbow. "But surely you must have some sort of safety protocol, some kind of systematic approach to preventing disasters?" Prudence laughed, a sound that somehow made the chaos around her seem less chaotic. "Oh, darling, if I had a safety protocol for everything, I'd spend so much time following protocols that I'd never actually get anything done. Besides, where's the adventure in that?" She gestured toward the kitchen, where approximately 17 different potential disasters were occurring simultaneously, and yet somehow everything was working out perfectly. The timing of various cooking processes seemed to be coordinated by some form of intuitive understanding that defied systematic analysis. "Life's messy, isn't it? You can either spend your time trying to make it neat and tidy, or you can learn to dance with the mess. I prefer dancing." This was the moment when Kinbert realized that he was dealing with something far more complex than simple recklessness. These humans weren't just ignoring safety. They were operating according to an entirely different understanding of how the universe worked. The cultural briefing had mentioned something called intuition, which humans seemed to treat as a legitimate decision-making process, despite the fact that it appeared to be based on no quantifiable data whatsoever. They would make complex judgments about timing, probability, and risk assessment based on what they described as gut feelings and hunches. What was even more baffling was that this approach seemed to work. The humans consistently achieved positive outcomes through processes that should have been completely unreliable. But the real revelation came when he encountered a human called Nigel Biscuitbottom, who was engaged in what he described as just popping down to the shops. This, Kinbert had learned, was human code for embarking on a quest that would make epic heroes weep with envy. The cultural briefing had described shopping as a simple economic transaction where humans would exchange currency for goods and services. What it had failed to mention was that this process required navigating through environments that had apparently been designed by a committee of sadists with advanced degrees in chaos theory. Nigel's journey to the shops involved crossing a street that was clearly designed by someone who had never actually seen a human being in motion, navigating through a construction zone that appeared to be actively trying to kill anyone who entered it, and somehow managing to avoid being hit by a bus that was being driven by someone who had apparently learned to drive by watching action movies. The street crossing alone would have required Quinbert's species to conduct detailed traffic flow analysis, install safety barriers, and coordinate with multiple emergency services before attempting to traverse. The construction zone violated so many safety protocols that Quinbert wasn't sure it was technically legal for it to exist. "Bit of a close one there," Nigel said cheerfully, as the bus missed him by approximately 3 millimeters. "Good thing I stepped back when I did." Quinbert, who had been holding his breath for the entire journey, finally managed to speak. "How did you know to step back?" "Didn't really. Just felt like the right thing to do. You develop a sort of sixth sense about these things after a while." "A sixth sense? Well, you've got to, haven't you? Can't go through life expecting everything to be perfectly safe. Universe doesn't work that way, does it?" Nigel continued his journey with the casual confidence of someone who had apparently spent decades developing an intuitive understanding of probability, momentum, and the fundamental unpredictability of mechanical systems operated by other humans. "The thing is," he continued, while somehow managing to navigate around a hole in the sidewalk that appeared to violate local building codes, "you can spend your whole life trying to avoid every possible danger, but then you're not really living, are you? You're just existing in a bubble of safety protocols and risk assessments." This was the moment when Quinbert began to understand something that would fundamentally change his understanding of the cosmos. Humans weren't reckless because they were stupid. They were reckless because they understood something about the nature of existence that his species had never grasped. The universe, as any reasonable being knew, was fundamentally chaotic. Most species dealt with this by creating elaborate safety systems, detailed protocols, and comprehensive risk assessments. They tried to make the universe predictable and safe. Humans had taken a completely different approach. They had looked at the chaos of existence and decided to laugh at it, not because they didn't understand the dangers. They understood them perfectly well. They laughed because they had figured out that the alternative was to spend their entire lives paralyzed by fear of all the things that could go wrong. Quinbert's mind reeled as he processed this revelation. He thought about his own species, with their safety helmets and risk assessment forms and elaborate protocols for everything from crossing the street to making a cup of tea. They had spent so much time trying to make life safe that they had forgotten to actually live. But humans had figured out that life was inherently unsafe, and they had decided to enjoy it anyway. This realization was interrupted by a loud crash from somewhere nearby, followed by the sound of human laughter. Quinbert rushed toward the sound and found a human called Millicent Puddingworth standing next to what appeared to be the remains of a very expensive-looking garden gnome. "Oh, bugger," she said, but she was laughing as she said it. "That's the third one this month. You'd think I'd learn to look where I'm going by now, wouldn't you?" "Aren't you upset?" Quinbert asked, still trying to process what he was seeing. "Upset? About a garden gnome? Oh, darling, life's far too short to get upset about garden gnomes. Besides, it was probably an improvement. Hideous thing, really. My sister gave it to me for Christmas, and I've been trying to figure out how to get rid of it without hurting her feelings." She looked at the broken pieces with the kind of satisfaction usually reserved for people who had just solved a particularly difficult puzzle. "Problem solved, I'd say." Quinbert realized that he was witnessing something that his species had never developed: the ability to find humor in disaster. Not because the disaster wasn't real, but because laughter was the only reasonable response to the fundamental absurdity of existence. He began to understand why the Safety Commission's tests had been so baffled by humans. They had been trying to measure human behavior against standards that assumed beings wanted to minimize risk and maximize safety. But humans had long ago figured out that a life spent minimizing risk was barely worth living. This understanding was put to the test when Quinbert encountered a human called Barnaby Crumpetbottom, who was engaged in what he described as a bit of gardening. Ooh, the cultural briefing had described gardening as a peaceful activity involving the cultivation of plants for aesthetic or nutritional purposes. What it had failed to mention was that humans had somehow managed to turn this simple process into an elaborate dance with mechanical death. Barnaby was operating a machine that appeared to have been designed by someone who had only heard about the concept of safety through a series of increasingly disturbing nightmares. The machine made sounds that suggested it was actively trying to escape from its own mechanical existence, while somehow managing to accomplish the seemingly impossible task of making grass shorter. The device appeared to be powered by controlled explosions, which humans had somehow decided was an appropriate method for maintaining decorative vegetation. It moved across the ground with the unpredictable lurching motion of something that was constantly on the verge of achieving sentience and immediately using that consciousness to plot revenge against its operators. "Lovely day for it," Barnaby shouted over the mechanical screaming. Nothing like a bit of fresh air and honest work to put things in perspective. Kinber watched in fascination as Barnaby navigated around obstacles that would have required his species to file environmental impact reports and conduct 3 different safety assessments. The human seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to avoid the various ways the machine was trying to kill him. The garden itself was a testament to the human ability to create beauty through barely controlled chaos. There were flowers that had been planted in arrangements that defied conventional understanding of color theory, yet somehow achieved visual harmony. There were trees that had been pruned using techniques that appeared to violate the basic principles of plant biology, yet somehow produced magnificent displays of foliage. "How do you do it?" Quinber asked, when the machine finally stopped its attempts at mechanical murder. "Do what?" "Survive. You're surrounded by dangers that would terrify most species in the galaxy, and you're enjoying it." Barnaby looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "Well, what's the alternative? Spend your whole life hiding indoors, worrying about what might happen. That's not living, is it? That's just existing." He gestured toward his garden, which was undeniably beautiful, despite having been created using tools that appeared to have been forged in the fires of mechanical hell. You can't make something beautiful without taking a few risks. Beauty doesn't come from playing it safe. Barnaby wiped his hands on a cloth that was covered in substances that would probably require hazardous material disposal protocols in any civilized society. Besides, you learn things when you take risks. Every mistake teaches you something new. Every near disaster shows you something about how the world works that you never would have learned from a manual. This was the moment when Quinbert finally understood why humans had failed every safety test the Galactic Safety Commission had ever devised. They weren't failing because they were incompetent. They were failing because they were playing by completely different rules. The tests had been designed to measure compliance with safety protocols. But humans had discovered something that no other species had figured out. Sometimes, the safest thing you can do is to stop worrying about safety and start paying attention to life. Quinbert's revelation was interrupted by what humans would undoubtedly describe as a bit of a situation. A large piece of construction equipment had broken free from its moorings and was rolling down a hill toward a group of humans who were engaged in what they called having a picnic. Any reasonable species would have run screaming in the opposite direction. The humans did something that made Quinber's brain feel like it was trying to solve a puzzle made entirely of contradictions. They laughed. Not because they didn't understand the danger, they understood it perfectly well. They laughed because they had figured out something that Quinbert's species had never discovered. Sometimes the best way to deal with a crisis is to find it funny. "Well, that's not supposed to happen," shouted a human called Cordelia Bumblebottom as she calmly moved her picnic blanket out of the path of the runaway equipment. "No, I don't suppose it is," agreed another human, whose name was apparently Rupert Toffyham. "Good thing we brought the emergency tea, eh?" Quinber watched in amazement as the humans calmly relocated their picnic while maintaining what could only be described as a running comedy commentary on the situation. They weren't panicking or running away. They were treating the whole thing as an unexpected form of entertainment. The runaway equipment appeared to be some form of earth-moving device that had achieved independent motion through what Quinbert could only assume was mechanical rebellion. It was rolling down the hill with increasing momentum, leaving a trail of destruction that would require extensive paperwork to properly document. "I wonder if it's insured," mused a human called Tabitha Crumpetworth, while setting up a new picnic location with the efficiency of someone who had apparently dealt with similar situations before. "Oh, bound to be," replied Cordelia. "Everything's insured these days. Probably costs more to insure it than it did to buy it in the first place." Still," said Rupert, producing a thermos of tea from somewhere, "makes for an interesting afternoon, doesn't it? When's the last time you saw a proper runaway bulldozer?" The runaway equipment eventually came to a stop in a pond, where it made a sound like a very large and very disappointed mechanical whale. The humans applauded. "Brilliant!" shouted Cordelia. "Best dinner theatre we've had in ages." This was the moment when Quinbert finally understood what made humans unique in the galaxy. They had discovered that life was fundamentally unpredictable, and instead of trying to fight that unpredictability, they had learned to dance with it. Other species spent their time trying to control the chaos of existence. Humans had figured out that the chaos was the point. They had learned to find joy in uncertainty, humor in disaster, and beauty in the completely unexpected. Quinbert realized that he needed to completely rewrite his report. The humans hadn't failed the safety tests. The safety tests had failed to understand humans. The problem wasn't that humans were unsafe. The problem was that safety, as the Galactic Safety Commission understood it, was based on the assumption that the goal of existence was to minimize risk. But humans had discovered that the goal of existence was to maximize life, and life, by its very nature, was risky. This revelation was both terrifying and liberating. It meant that everything Quinbert thought he knew about how intelligent beings should behave was wrong, but it also meant that there was a completely different way of existing in the universe, a way that embraced uncertainty instead of fighting it. Quinbert's philosophical crisis was interrupted by the arrival of a human called Mildred Cranklebottom, who was carrying what appeared to be a small dragon. "Oh, hello there," she said cheerfully. "You haven't seen a small dragon about, have you? This little fellow seems to have wandered off from the others." Quinbert stared at the creature, which was definitely a dragon, albeit a small one. According to every report he had ever read, dragons were mythological creatures that existed only in the fevered imaginations of primitive species. Yet here was a human casually carrying one, like it was some form of domestic pet. "Others?" he managed to croak. "Oh yes, I run a small dragon rescue center. Nothing fancy, just a few dozen dragons who need a bit of care and attention. They're lovely creatures, really, once you get to know them." The dragon in question chose that moment to breathe a small puff of fire, which singed Mildred's eyebrows. She laughed. "Oh, you little rascal. I keep telling them that's not how we say hello to new people." Quinbert realized that he was having a conversation with a human who ran a dragon rescue center and was treating fire-breathing creatures like they were slightly mischievous pets. "Isn't that dangerous?" he asked weakly. "Well, of course it's dangerous. They're dragons. But that doesn't mean they don't deserve love and care, does it? Besides, once you understand their nature, they're no more dangerous than any other creature. Well, perhaps a bit more dangerous, but that's part of their charm." Mildred adjusted her grip on the dragon, which was now eyeing Quinbert with the kind of interest that suggested it was calculating the optimal fire-breathing angle. "The trick is to not let them know you're afraid. Dragons can sense fear, you see. Show them respect, treat them with kindness, and they'll generally return the favor." "Generally?" "Well, they are still dragons. They have their moods, just like anyone else. Sometimes they get a bit cranky, especially during molting season, but that just means you have to be extra patient with them. This was the moment when Quinber finally understood the true nature of humanity. They weren't just comfortable with danger. They were capable of finding beauty and meaning in the most dangerous situations imaginable. They didn't run dragon rescue centers despite the danger. They ran them because they understood that something didn't have to be safe to be worth caring about. Quinbert's understanding of humans was further complicated when he encountered a human called Archibald Biscuitworth, who was engaged in what he described as a bit of amateur archaeology. And this turned out to involve digging holes in his backyard while following a map that had been drawn by his great-great-grandfather, who had apparently been convinced that there was buried treasure somewhere on the property. The map itself was a work of art that would have challenged the most advanced cartographic analysis systems in the galaxy. It was drawn on what appeared to be the back of a napkin, using symbols that seemed to have been invented on the spot, and included directions like turn left at the old oak tree and dig where the shadows meet at sunset. Been at it for 15 years now, Archibald explained, while showing Quinber a hole that appeared to violate several laws of physics. Haven't found any treasure yet, but I've found some absolutely fascinating bottle caps and what I'm fairly certain is a Victorian-era shoe. The backyard looked like the site of an archaeological expedition that had been organized by a committee of enthusiastic amateurs with unlimited time and no understanding of proper excavation techniques. There were holes of various sizes scattered across the landscape, each representing years of dedicated searching based on increasingly creative interpretations of the original map. "And you're happy with that?" Quinbert asked, still trying to understand how someone could spend 15 years looking for something they hadn't found. "Oh, absolutely. The treasure's not really the point, is it? The point is the digging. There's something deeply satisfying about making a hole in the ground and seeing what you find, even if it's just bottle caps and old shoes." Archibald gestured toward his backyard, which now resembled a lunar landscape crossed with a small-scale mining operation. "Besides, you never know what you might find next. That's the beauty of it, the possibility. The moment you stop looking is the moment you guarantee you'll never find anything." He showed Quinbert a collection of artifacts that he had accumulated over the years, rusty metal objects of unknown purpose, fragments of pottery that could have been from any century, and what appeared to be the remains of various mechanical devices that had been buried for reasons that would probably never be understood. "Look at this," he said, holding up a twisted piece of metal. "Haven't got the faintest idea what it is, but it's definitely old. Might be part of a Victorian agricultural implement, or possibly a piece of military equipment from the war. Could be anything, really. That's what makes it interesting." This was the moment when Quinbert realized that humans had discovered something that no other species had figured out. The joy of the search itself, regardless of what you actually found. His species would have calculated the probability of finding treasure, determined that it was statistically unlikely, and abandoned the project. Humans had calculated the same probability and decided to enjoy the process anyway. Quinbert's understanding was further expanded when he encountered a human called Beatrice Puddingbottom, who was engaged in what she described as a bit of creative cooking. This turned out to involve combining ingredients in ways that would have been considered war crimes in several star systems, while somehow managing to create something that smelled absolutely delicious. The kitchen was a laboratory of culinary experimentation that operated according to principles that defied conventional understanding of flavor compatibility, nutritional science, and basic chemistry. Beatrice was in the process of creating something that appeared to involve chocolate, curry powder, pickled vegetables, and what looked like breakfast cereal. "The secret," she explained while adding what appeared to be chocolate to what was clearly a savory dish, "is to not think too hard about whether things are supposed to go together. Some of the best discoveries happen when you ignore the rules." Quinbert watched in fascination as she created something that should have been inedible, but was instead making his mouth water in ways that defied his understanding of xenobiology. "But what if it doesn't work?" he asked. "Then it doesn't work, and we order takeaway. But what if it does work? What if we discover something absolutely wonderful that nobody's ever thought of before?" She stirred the mixture with the confidence of someone who had apparently spent years systematically violating the established principles of culinary science. "I once accidentally created the most amazing soup by mixing ingredients I thought would be terrible together. Turned out to be the best thing I'd ever made. Now it's a family recipe. How do you know what combinations to try? I don't. That's the point. If I knew what would work, it wouldn't be an experiment, would it? The fun is in the not knowing." This was the moment when Quinbert realized that humans had discovered the secret to innovation, the willingness to fail spectacularly in the pursuit of something wonderful. His species would have followed established recipes and achieved predictable results. Humans had decided that predictable results were less interesting than the possibility of creating something amazing. Quinbert's philosophical journey was interrupted by what humans would undoubtedly describe as a bit of excitement. A large tree had fallen across the main road, blocking traffic and creating what any reasonable species would consider a significant problem. The humans treated it as an opportunity for a spontaneous street party. "Well, that's torn it," shouted a human called Reginald Crumpetworth, but he was grinning as he said it. "Looks like we're not going anywhere for a while." Within minutes, someone had produced a guitar, someone else had brought out sandwiches, and someone had started organizing what appeared to be an impromptu talent show. The blocked road had been transformed from a crisis into a celebration. The speed with which this transformation occurred suggested that humans had developed some form of collective unconscious protocol for converting obstacles into entertainment opportunities. Without any apparent coordination or planning, the stranded motorists had spontaneously organized themselves into what could only be described as a small festival. "How do you do that?" Quimber asked a human called Tabitha Biscuitworth, who was somehow managing to teach a group of strangers to perform a complex dance routine while simultaneously organizing a potluck dinner using ingredients that people had apparently been carrying in their vehicles for exactly this type of emergency. "Do what?" "Turn a problem into a party." Tabitha looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "Well, what's the alternative? Stand around complaining about it? That's not going to move the tree, is it? Might as well make the best of it." She gestured toward the impromptu celebration that had erupted around the fallen tree. "Besides, when's the last time you had a chance to have a proper street party? These things don't happen very often. Might as well enjoy it while it lasts." Quinbert observed as humans, who had been complete strangers minutes earlier, were now engaged in collaborative activities that would have required his species to conduct extensive social compatibility assessments before attempting. There was singing, dancing, storytelling, and what appeared to be competitive juggling using items that people had found in their cars. A human called Montgomery Crumplebottom had somehow produced a full tea service from his vehicle and was methodically serving hot beverages to anyone who wanted them. When Quinbert asked how he happened to have a complete tea setup in his car, Montgomery looked at him as if the question made no sense. "Well, you never know when you might need a proper cup of tea, do you? Always best to be prepared." This was apparently considered perfectly reasonable behavior by the other humans, who accepted their tea with the same casual attitude they had shown toward the falling tree, the runaway construction equipment, and every other apparent disaster Quinbert had witnessed. Another human, whose name was Prudence Cranklethorpe, had begun telling stories that seemed to involve increasingly elaborate accounts of previous transportation mishaps she had experienced. Each story was funnier than the last and seemed to inspire other humans to share their own tales of automotive adventure. "There was the time my car broke down in the middle of a snowstorm," she was saying, "and I ended up spending the night in a stranger's barn with 12 other stranded travelers, 2 sheep, and a very friendly dog named Wellington. By morning, we'd organized a poetry competition, and someone had taught us all to knit. "What happened to the car?" someone asked. "Oh, turned out it just needed petrol. I'd forgotten to fill it up before leaving. But I got the most wonderful scarf out of the experience, and I'm still friends with half the people from that barn." The audience laughed and applauded, and someone else immediately began a story about the time their train had been delayed for 6 hours, and the passengers had organized an impromptu talent show that had been so successful they'd missed their connections on purpose. This was the moment when Kinbert finally understood the fundamental difference between humans and every other species in the galaxy. Other species saw obstacles as problems to be solved. Humans saw obstacles as opportunities to be enjoyed. They didn't just adapt to changing circumstances, they found ways to celebrate them. Quinbert's revelation was complete when he encountered a human called Mortimer Wafflebottom, who was engaged in what he described as a bit of philosophical contemplation. This turned out to involve sitting in a chair in his garden, drinking tea and watching clouds. The cultural briefing had mentioned human fascination with meteorological phenomena, but had failed to adequately explain the depth of their engagement with apparently random atmospheric events. Mortimer was not just watching clouds, he was studying them with the intensity of a scholar examining ancient texts. "Fascinating things, clouds," Mortimer explained when Quinbert asked what he was doing. "Never the same twice, are they? Always changing, always becoming something new, rather like life when you think about it." Kinbert looked up at the clouds, which were indeed changing shape in ways that seemed somehow meaningful. As he watched, a formation that had resembled a sailing ship gradually transformed into something that looked like a dragon, then shifted again into what might have been a castle or possibly a very large hat. Do you do this often?" "Every day, if I can manage it. It's important to take time to notice things, don't you think? The world's full of wonder, but you have to pay attention to see it." Mortimer took a sip of his tea and continued watching the sky with the patient attention of someone who had discovered that the universe was constantly putting on a free show for anyone who bothered to look up. Most people are too busy rushing around to notice the small miracles that happen every day. Clouds forming and dissolving, birds choosing exactly the right moment to sing, the way light changes throughout the day. It's all quite remarkable, really. But isn't it inefficient to spend time watching things that don't accomplish anything? Mortimer looked at Quinbert with the kind of gentle surprise usually reserved for someone who has just asked why people bother to breathe. "Accomplish anything? My dear fellow, what could be more important than paying attention to the fact that you're alive? That you exist in a universe full of beauty and wonder and completely unexpected moments of joy." He gestured toward his garden, which Quinbert now noticed was arranged in such a way as to maximize the opportunities for observing natural phenomena. There were bird feeders positioned to attract different species at different times of day, plants chosen to bloom in sequence throughout the seasons, and carefully placed seating areas that offered optimal viewing angles for various celestial events. "The accomplishment," Mortimer continued, "is the awareness itself. Every moment you spend truly paying attention to the world around you is a moment when you're fully alive. Everything else, all the rushing and worrying and trying to control things, that's just existing. This is living." This was the moment when Quinbert realized that humans had discovered something that his species had completely missed: the importance of simply existing in the moment without trying to control or analyze or improve it. They had learned to find meaning in the simple act of being alive. As Quinbert continued his observations, he began to notice patterns in human behavior that suggested a fundamental understanding of existence that was completely alien to his own species' approach to life. He encountered a human called Wilhelmina Puddingsworth, who was engaged in what she described as creative problem-solving. This turned out to involve fixing a broken garden gate using materials that included a bicycle wheel, several pieces of string, a collection of bottle caps, and what appeared to be part of a defunct umbrella. The trick, she explained, while somehow managing to create a functional hinge mechanism from components that had no obvious relationship to each other, is to not get hung up on how things are supposed to work. Sometimes the best solutions come from ignoring the proper way to do things and just figuring out what actually works. She stepped back to admire her creation, which was undeniably functional, despite looking like it had been assembled by someone who had only heard about the concept of mechanical engineering through interpretive dance. Besides, where's the fun in just buying a proper gate when you can make one from bits and pieces? Anyone can solve a problem with the right tools and materials. The real challenge is solving it with whatever happens to be lying around. Quinbert watched as she tested the gate, which opened and closed smoothly despite its unconventional construction. According to every engineering principle he knew, the device should not have worked. Yet it was clearly functional and had been created using a process that seemed to involve equal parts creativity, optimism, and what could only be described as inspired improvisation. He encountered a human called Percival Bumblethorpe, who was engaged in amateur astronomy. This involved studying the night sky using equipment that appeared to have been assembled from household items and what looked like the remains of several broken telescopes. "Built it myself," Percival explained proudly, showing off a device that looked like it had been designed by someone who had received conflicting instructions about how optical instruments were supposed to function. "Took me 3 years and parts from about 15 different sources, but it works better than anything you can buy in the shops." Through this improvised telescope, Quinbert could see celestial objects with remarkable clarity. The device should not have been capable of producing such high-quality images, yet it was clearly superior to professional equipment that cost hundreds of times more to produce. How did you know how to build it? Didn't really. Just kept trying different combinations until something worked. Made a lot of mistakes along the way, but that's how you learn, isn't it? Each mistake taught me something new about how light behaves. This was another example of the human approach to learning that Quinbert was beginning to recognize. They seemed to prefer discovery through experimentation rather than instruction through formal education. They would rather figure things out for themselves, even if it took longer and involved more failures, because the process of discovery was apparently more valuable to them than the efficiency of receiving correct information. He encountered a human called Esmeralda Crumpetbottom, who was engaged in creative writing. This involved creating elaborate fictional narratives about characters who did not exist in situations that had never happened, for the apparent purpose of exploring philosophical questions that had no definitive answers. "The wonderful thing about stories," she explained, while writing in a notebook with the kind of focused concentration usually reserved for complex mathematical calculations, is that they let you explore all the possibilities that reality doesn't provide. You can ask what-if questions and follow them to their logical conclusions without having to worry about the practical consequences. She showed Quinbert pages covered with intricate plot lines involving characters who faced moral dilemmas, impossible choices, and situations that tested the boundaries of courage, compassion, and wisdom. "But these people don't exist," Quinbert pointed out. "These situations aren't real. What's the purpose of spending time thinking about imaginary problems?" Esmeralda looked at him with the kind of patient expression teachers use when explaining basic concepts to students who are struggling with fundamental principles. "The problems may be imaginary, but the solutions reveal something real about the nature of existence. When you explore how someone might behave in an impossible situation, you learn something about the range of human possibility. The stories aren't about what happened, they're about what could happen and what that tells us about who we are." This was another aspect of human thinking that defied the logic Quinbert's species had developed. Humans seemed to value hypothetical scenarios as much as actual experiences. They would spend significant time and energy exploring imaginary situations, apparently because they believed that understanding fictional possibilities somehow enhanced their ability to deal with real circumstances. Kinbert returned to his ship with a head full of observations and a heart full of confusion. He had come to Earth expecting to find a species that had somehow survived despite their obvious incompetence. Instead, he had found a species that had discovered a completely different way of existing in the universe. The report he would write would be unlike anything the Galactic Safety Commission had ever received. It would challenge every assumption they had about intelligent behavior, safety protocols, and the nature of existence itself. But first, he had to figure out how to explain what he had learned to beings who had never learned to laugh at danger, find joy in uncertainty, or discover beauty in chaos. He began to type his report, and after several false starts, he found himself writing something that would change the way the galaxy understood intelligence itself. "The humans have not failed our safety tests," he wrote. "Our safety tests have failed to understand humans. They operate according to a completely different understanding of what it means to be alive. They have discovered that existence is not about minimizing risk. It is about maximizing joy, wonder, and connection with the fundamental absurdity of being conscious in an unconscious universe." He paused, staring at the words on his screen. They seemed inadequate to capture what he had witnessed, but they were the best he could do. "The humans laugh," he continued, "not because they don't understand the dangers they face, but because they have discovered that laughter is the only reasonable response to the beautiful, terrifying, completely unpredictable miracle of being alive." He described the humans he had met, their willingness to embrace uncertainty, their ability to find meaning in apparently meaningless activities, their talent for converting disasters into celebrations. He wrote about their dragon rescue centers and their amateur archaeology projects, their creative cooking experiments, and their philosophical cloud watching. "They have learned something that our civilization has never grasped," he wrote. "They understand that the purpose of intelligence is not to control the universe, but to appreciate it. They have discovered that the highest form of safety is not the absence of danger, but the presence of joy in the face of uncertainty." As he wrote, Kinbert began to understand that his report would not be well received by his superiors. The Galactic Safety Commission had built their entire civilization around the principle that intelligent beings should minimize risk and maximize predictability. The human approach to existence challenged every fundamental assumption they had about the nature of consciousness and the purpose of life. "The humans have failed our tests," he concluded, "because our tests measure the wrong things. We have been testing for compliance with safety protocols when we should have been testing for the ability to find meaning in chaos, joy in uncertainty, and beauty in the completely unexpected. By our standards, the humans are dangerously reckless. By their standards, we are tragically dead inside." Kinbert submitted his report and waited for the inevitable response from his superiors. He didn't have to wait long. "Inspector Flabbernook," came the reply, "your report has been classified as evidence of complete mental breakdown. Please report for immediate psychological evaluation and reassignment to a desk position involving no contact with alien species." But Kinbert was already packing his bags. He had learned something from the humans that his species had never taught him. Sometimes, the most important discoveries come from ignoring the rules and following your own path. He wrote a resignation letter that was brief and to the point. "I hereby resign from the Galactic Safety Commission to pursue advanced studies in applied existence appreciation. I will be conducting my research on Earth, where I intend to learn how to live instead of merely existing." He was going back to Earth not as an inspector, but as a student. He wanted to learn how to laugh at the universe, find beauty in chaos, and discover joy in the magnificent, terrifying, completely wonderful experience of being alive. As his ship lifted off from the bureaucratic nightmare of the Galactic Safety Commission's headquarters, Quinber found himself doing something he had never done before in his entire life. He laughed. Not a polite chuckle or a nervous giggle, but a full-throated expression of joy at the absolute ridiculousness of spending your existence trying to make an inherently chaotic universe safe and predictable. He laughed at the safety protocols and risk assessments and elaborate procedures that had governed every moment of his life until now. He laughed at the beautiful absurdity of a universe that had somehow produced beings capable of recognizing their own cosmic insignificance and deciding to find it hilarious. And somewhere in the cosmic background radiation of the universe, the sound of that laughter joined the eternal chorus of human joy. The sound of beings who had looked at the vast, dangerous, utterly unpredictable cosmos and decided that the only reasonable response was to find it absolutely, completely, wonderfully hilarious. Because sometimes the most profound safety protocol of all is learning to laugh at the beautiful absurdity of existence itself.
Commander Jake Morrison sat in his chair on the bridge of Earth Defense, Station Aegis Prime. The huge metal station floated in space between Earth and Mars. Jake had been watching the stars for 3 hours now, waiting for something to happen. He knew it would come soon. The communication panel started beeping. Lieutenant Amy Rodriguez turned around in her seat. Her face looked worried. "Commander, we're getting a message from deep space. It's coming from the Galactic Council." Jake stood up and walked over to Amy's station. The Galactic Council was made up of 7 different alien races. They had been watching humans for the last 50 years. Most of the time, they left humans alone. But lately, things had been changing. "Put it on the main screen," Jake said. The big screen at the front of the bridge turned on. A tall, blue-skinned alien appeared. Jake recognized him right away. It was Admiral Vorthik from the Zephyrian Empire. The Zephyrians were the strongest military force in the galaxy. At least, that's what they thought. Vorthik's voice was deep and scary. "Attention, primitive humans. I am Admiral Vorthik of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. The Galactic Council has made a decision about your species." Jake felt his hands make fists. He had been expecting this day for a long time. Amy looked back at him with wide eyes. The other crew members on the bridge stopped what they were doing to listen. "Your species has spread to 12 star systems without permission," Vorthik continued. "You have built colonies and mining stations in space that belongs to the Galactic Council. This cannot continue." The alien's face came closer to the camera. His yellow eyes looked angry. "You have exactly 72 hours to remove all humans from these systems. If you do not obey, we will remove you ourselves. Your primitive weapons and slow ships cannot stop us." Jake wanted to laugh, but he kept his face serious. If only this alien knew the truth about human weapons and ships. But that was the whole point. The aliens were supposed to think humans were weak and stupid. "We have 847 warships ready to attack your colonies," Vorthik said. "Each one of our ships is bigger and stronger than your largest vessel. Our plasma cannons can destroy your metal hulls in seconds. Our quantum shields can stop any weapon you have." The message ended. The screen went black. The bridge was quiet. For a moment, Amy turned to Jake. "Commander, what do we do?" Jake smiled a little. "We follow the plan. Send a message to Earth Command. Tell them the aliens have taken the bait." While Amy sent the message, Jake thought about the last 50 years. When humans first met the aliens, they had made a smart choice. Instead of showing their real technology, they had pretended to be much weaker than they really were. Every time aliens watched human military exercises, They saw old and slow weapons. Every time aliens looked at human ships, they saw simple designs that looked weak, but it was all fake. The real human military was hidden away, waiting for the right moment. On Earth, Admiral Kevin Blake was sitting in a meeting with President Linda Carter. The president was a strong woman who had been planning for this day since she took office. Defense Secretary Ryan Hughes was also there, along with several other important people. "The message from Vorthik just came in," Blake said. "They're demanding we leave 12 star systems. They think we're too scared to fight back." President Carter nodded. "How long do we have?" 72 hours, Blake answered. "But we don't need that long. Our ships are already in position." The president looked out the window at the city below. Millions of people were living their normal lives, not knowing that the biggest moment in human history was about to happen. "Are you sure our plan will work?" she asked. Blake smiled. "Madam President, the aliens have been watching us for 50 years. In all that time, they've never seen our real military. They think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea what we can really do." Back in space, Captain Lisa Grant was on her patrol ship, the Defiant. She was near the edge of human space, close to one of the colonies the aliens wanted humans to leave. Lisa had been a military pilot for 15 years, but she had never been in a real battle. Her radar officer, Lieutenant Mike Stevens, called out, "Captain, I'm seeing 3 alien ships approaching. They're Zephyrian scouts." Lisa looked at the screen. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth curves and bright blue lights. They moved through space like graceful dancers. But Lisa knew they were also very dangerous. "They're scanning our mining platform," Mike said. "Wait, they're powering up weapons." Lisa watched as the alien ships fired blue beams at the mining platform. The beams hit the platform's shields and made them flicker. But the aliens weren't trying to destroy it. They were just showing off their power. "Captain, they're sending US a message," the communication officer said. "Put it through," Lisa ordered. A Zephyrian voice came through the speakers. "Human vessel, you have witnessed our power. Your shields are weak. Your weapons are primitive. Leave this system now, or we will disable your ship too." Lisa wanted to fire back, but she had her orders. She had to act scared and weak. We understand. We're leaving now." The alien ships watched as the Defiance slowly moved away. Lisa hated acting like a coward, but she knew it was important. The aliens needed to think humans were easy to defeat. As her ship flew back toward Earth, Lisa smiled. In less than 3 days, these same aliens would learn the truth about human military power, and it would be a lesson they would never forget. Colonel Sam Porter walked through the long metal hallway deep under the Colorado mountains. The walls were thick and strong, built to keep secrets safe. He had been walking for 10 minutes, going deeper and deeper into the mountain. Finally, he reached a heavy door marked with warning signs. Sam put his hand on a scanner. The machine beeped and the door opened with a soft hiss. Inside, Dr. Helen Murphy was waiting for him. She was a small woman with gray hair and smart eyes. She had been working on secret projects for the government for 20 years. "Hello, Sam," Helen said. "Are you ready to see what we've been hiding from the aliens?" Sam nodded. "The Zephyrians gave us their ultimatum this morning. 72 hours to leave 12 star systems. It's time to show them what humans can really do." Helen smiled and led him to a large window. Below them was a huge room filled with computers and screens. Hundreds of people were working at their stations, all of them part of a project called Masquerade. "For 50 years, we've been lying to the aliens," Helen said. "Every time they watched our military exercises, we made sure they saw weak weapons and slow ships. Every time they studied our technology, We showed them things that were 30 years out of date. Sam looked at the screens showing alien ships moving through space, and they believed it all. Why wouldn't they? Helen asked. When they first met us, humans had just learned how to travel between stars. To them, we looked like children playing with toys. They never thought we could learn and grow so fast. Helen walked to another window. This one showed a different room where engineers were working on strange machines. The aliens think our best weapons are simple missiles and laser guns. They have no idea that we've been building plasma cannons and particle beams for decades. Sam stared at the machines. They looked nothing like the weapons the aliens had seen in human military parades. These were smooth and deadly, with power sources that could light up whole cities. What about our ships? Sam asked. Helen laughed. That's the best part. The aliens think our fastest ships can barely reach half the speed of light. They don't know about our antimatter engines. They've never seen our real warships. She pressed a button on her tablet. The screen changed to show a view of space near Titan, one of Saturn's moons. At first, Sam couldn't see anything. Then, slowly, shapes began to appear. They looked like ghosts becoming solid. Stealth technology, Helen explained. We've been hiding our real fleet inside asteroid fields and gas giant atmospheres. The aliens have been looking right at them for years without knowing they were there. Sam counted the ships as they appeared on the screen. There were dozens of them, then hundreds, then thousands. Each one was bigger than anything the aliens had ever seen from humans. How many ships do we have? Sam asked. More than the aliens can imagine, Helen said. We've been building them in secret factories throughout the solar system. Some are hidden in the asteroid belt. Others are built inside hollowed-out moons. The aliens think we have maybe 100 warships. We actually have over 3,000. On Titan, Captain Tony Richards was watching his own screens. He commanded the secret human base hidden under the moon's ice. For 10 years, he had been waiting for this moment. Now, finally, it was time to wake up the sleeping fleet. All ships, this is Titan Base. Tony spoke into his microphone. Operation Masquerade is ending. Repeat, Operation Masquerade is ending. All stealth ships, prepare for combat status. Around the solar system, thousands of human ships began to stir. They had been floating in space like sleeping giants, invisible to alien sensors. Now they were waking up, and soon they would show the galaxy what humans could really do. Back in the mountain, Helen was showing Sam more secrets. The aliens think we're stupid because we use primitive kinetic weapons. They prefer energy weapons like plasma cannons and laser beams. But they don't understand that our kinetic weapons are actually railguns that can punch through any armor. Sam looked at the designs on Helen's screen. The weapons looked simple, but the math behind them was incredible. How fast do these projectiles move? Fast enough to crack a planet, Helen said. The aliens' quantum shields can stop energy weapons, but they can't stop a piece of metal moving at 90% the speed of light. Helen pulled up another file. And speaking of shields, the aliens think our defensive systems are weak. They've seen us use simple energy barriers that flicker and fail. They don't know about our real ship or even send them. Back at the attacker, we learned this technology from the attacker. We learned this technology from the ruins on Mars, Helen explained. The aliens know we found some old buildings there, but they think we just took a few metal tools and art objects. They have no idea we found working computers and weapon designs. Sam remembered the Mars discovery. 20 years ago, human archaeologists had found the remains of an ancient civilization buried under the red planet's surface. The aliens had been told it was just old pottery and wall paintings. The truth was much more exciting. The beings who lived on Mars were more advanced than any current galactic civilization, Helen continued. Their technology was thousands of years ahead of what the aliens have now, and we've been studying it, learning from it, and improving it. Meanwhile, in space, the Zephyrian fleet was moving toward human colonies. Admiral Vorthik was confident that the humans would surrender without a fight. His ships were the pride of the Zephyrian military, each one capable of destroying a human city. But Vorthik had made a mistake. He had believed everything the humans wanted him to believe. He thought human weapons were weak and human ships were. The information he had about human military power was carefully crafted lies. On his flagship, Vorthik was talking to his officers. "The humans have not responded to our ultimatum," he said. "They are probably too frightened to even send a message. When we arrive at their colonies, they will surrender immediately." His tactical officer, a young Zephyrian named Kresh, looked at the star charts. "Admiral, should we prepare for battle?" Vorthik laughed. "Battle? Against humans? We could defeat their entire fleet with one ship." "No, Kresh, this will not be a battle. This will be a demonstration of why primitives should not play with technology. They don't understand." Back on Earth, President Carter was meeting with her top advisors. General Kate Williams, the head of strategic planning, was explaining the final details of the plan. "The aliens will reach our colonies in 18 hours. Kate said, "Our ships are already in position. The moment they attack, we drop the masquerade and show them what we can really do." President Carter looked around the room at her advisors. These people had been planning this moment for decades. "Are we sure this is the right choice? Once we reveal our true power, there's no going back." Admiral Blake nodded. "Madam President, the aliens have been treating us like children for 50 years. They've demanded we stay in certain areas of space. They've told us what technology we can and cannot use. They've made it clear that they see us as inferior beings. But after tomorrow," General Williams added, "they'll know the truth. Humans are not the weakest species in the galaxy. We might just be the strongest." President Carter made her decision. "Do it. Send the signal to all our hidden fleets. It's time to show the galaxy who we really are." The human colony of New Haven was a peaceful place. It had farms, schools, and small cities where 50,000 people lived normal lives. The planet had blue skies and green fields, just like Earth. Children played in the parks while their parents worked in offices and factories. But today was different. Today, the Zephyrian fleet was coming. Captain Dan Sullivan stood on the bridge of his ship, the Retribution. To anyone watching, it looked like a normal human cruiser. It was about half the size of a Zephyrian warship, with simple gray armor and basic weapons. The aliens had seen ships like this many times before, and they always thought they were weak. But the Retribution was not what it seemed. "Captain, the alien fleet is dropping out of hyperspace," reported Lieutenant Commander Rachel Green from the command center on New Haven's surface. "I count 47 ships, all Zephyrian design." Dan looked at his tactical display. The alien ships were beautiful, with smooth blue hulls and elegant curves. They moved through space like dancers, confident and graceful. Admiral Vorthik's flagship was the largest, nearly twice the size of any human ship the aliens had ever seen. "They're taking positions around the planet," Rachel continued. "They're not attacking yet. I think they're waiting for us to surrender." Dang smiled. "Well, let's not keep them waiting. Open a channel to the Zephyrian flagship." The main screen flickered to life. Admiral Vorthik appeared, his blue skin gleaming and his yellow eyes full of arrogance. Behind him, Dan could see the alien bridge with its crystal controls and flowing designs. "Human vessel," Vorthik said, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Admiral Vorthik of the Zephyrian Imperial Fleet. You are in violation of Galactic Council, law, Surrender immediately, and we will allow your people to evacuate peacefully. Dan stepped forward. He was a tall man with gray hair and calm eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for 15 years. Admiral Vorthik, I am Captain Dan Sullivan of the human ship Retribution. Before we talk about surrender, I have a question. For you? Vorthik looked surprised. Humans usually begged for mercy when faced with Zephyrian power. What question? Did you do your homework? The alien admiral's face showed confusion. Homework? What is this word? Dan's smile grew wider. It means studying and learning before you act. You've been watching humans for 50 years, Vorthik. But you never really learned anything about us, did you? Vorthik's expression changed to anger. I have learned that humans are primitive. Your weapons are weak. Your ships are slow. You cannot stand against the might of the Zephyrian Empire. That's what we wanted you to think, Dan said quietly. Before Vorthik could respond, Dan gave a signal to his crew. Drop the masquerade. The Retribution began to change. The simple gray armor plating slid away, revealing gleaming metal underneath. The ship's hull expanded as hidden sections unfolded. Weapon ports opened along the sides, showing cannons that the aliens had never seen. Before, the ship grew from a small cruiser to a massive dreadnought in just 30 seconds. On the alien flagship, Vorthik's officers were shouting in their own language. Their sensors were going crazy, showing energy readings that should have been impossible. What? What is this? Vorthik whispered. This is a human warship, Dan replied. The real thing. Not the toys we've been showing you for 50 years. The Retribution's weapons powered up. Energy flowed through systems that used technology far beyond anything the Zephyrians had. The ship's shields activated, creating a barrier that made the air around it shimmer like water. Impossible, Vorthik said. Our intelligence reports say humans have primitive technology. Your weapons cannot penetrate our quantum shields. Your intelligence reports are wrong, Dan said. We wrote them. The first shot came from the Retribution's main cannon. It was not the simple laser beam the aliens expected. Instead, it was a concentrated stream of particles moving at incredible speed. The beam struck Vorthik's flagship directly in the center. The Zephyrian quantum shields, which had never failed before, lasted exactly 2 seconds. The beam punched through them like they were made of paper. It tore through the ship's hull, causing explosions all along its length. Return fire. Vorthik screamed. All ships, attack the human vessel. The Zephyrian fleet opened fire with everything they had. Plasma cannons sent streams of superheated gas toward the Retribution. Energy beams tried to slice through its armor. Quantum torpedoes exploded around it in brilliant flashes of light, but nothing worked. The human ship's shields absorbed every attack. Weapons that could destroy cities barely made the shields flicker. How is this possible? Vorthik demanded. His tactical officer, Kresh, was staring at his instruments in disbelief. Admiral, their shields are not like ours. They're not just stopping our weapons. They're absorbing the energy and using it to make themselves stronger. Dan watched as the alien attacks made his ship's power levels rise. Thank you for the free energy, he said calmly. Now let me show you what we can do with it. The Retribution fired again. This time, it was not just one beam, but dozens. Each one found a different alien ship. The Zephyrian vessels, which had seemed so powerful just moments before, began to explode one by one. On New Haven's surface, Rachel was coordinating the battle from her command bunker. Captain Sullivan were detecting more alien ships jumping into the system. It looks like Vorthik called for backup. How many? Dan asked. 200 more ships, all different species. I see Keltheron Republic cruisers, Vorthan destroyers, and Nexus battleships. They're all coming to help the Zephyrians. Don nodded. Good. The more the better. It's time to show the entire galaxy what humans can really do. High above the planet, space began to change. The area around New Haven, which had seemed empty just moments before, suddenly filled with ships. They appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been invisible. Steve Parker was flying one of the human
In my opinion, this was a very disproportionate reaction, but you guys can make your own choice after I give you guys the context. This video that I got tagged in shows a young woman walking out of the kitchen carrying a pot of boiling water, and from her body language, it would appear as though she's quite upset. She then walks up to this guy wearing blue and white and throws the boiling water on him. According to my research, this incident took place in Russia in late 2023 or early 2024 when this group of friends got together for a house party. The guy wearing blue and white decided to play a prank. He threw a smoke bomb into the kitchen of this girl's apartment. This then enraged her so much that she went and took this boiling pot of water and dumped it on him. It's, again, in my opinion, a little bit disproportionate. Water easily burns human skin. At 155, you can see that it's instant first-degree burns. This is a very large margin below boiling point. This guy probably has third-degree burns and permanent scarring. In my opinion, this was a very disproportionate reaction.
One of the worst things that I ever experienced as a tech, and I don't always like sharing this information with people, but I was working a day shift. I got called down to the emergency room for a code. The hospital that I worked at, this was 20 years ago, the hospital that I worked at, whenever there was a code, they called X-ray down to be on standby. I go down to the emergency room, and just as I get there, the doors are open. There's a ton of people in this room, more people than I've ever seen in any emergency trauma bay, just in time for them to say, baby is out. They were doing a live C-section in the emergency room. They lifted a baby out of this woman's womb. They're doing chest compressions on the mama. And neither that mom or that baby survived that situation. It was super traumatic for everybody that was there that day. And these are the kind of things that you're going to see and that you're going to learn to deal with. But just know that it is not always fun and exciting working in radiology. We learn to cope with some really stressful and horrific things. And you should know that. One of the worst things.
Step on out of the car. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
Step on out of the car.
Please don't.
Step on out of the car.
Don't. That's it.
Do it now. Do it now or I'll break this window. Step on out of the car. You're under arrest. Step on out of the car. You're under arrest. Step on out of the car. You're under arrest.
You don't want to.
Ma'am, I've provided you multiple requests for your license, registration, and insurance. Okay, step on out of the car. Do it now.
She doesn't. I do not have to.
I will break this window.
I have to show that.
Wow, you're kidding. Step on out of the car.
Charged with treason if you break my window.
Step on out of the car.
This is so illegal. I would not do that.
You
sir.
can contest that in court, ma'am.
I
You're
will
under
not
arrest for obstruction at this point.
Court. It won't make it to court.
Yes, it is.
It won't make it to court. You guys, I assure you, you don't want to do this. I'm with the federal postal courts, okay? I am serving the judicial notice and global constitution to the world, and this is not correct. This is not what
You're being recorded, ma'am. Everything's being recorded. All your statements are being recorded.
We're going to pull you out of the car by force.
He just said he's going to pull me out of the car.
I repeat,
A living woman, and this is treason, sir.
Nope. It's a traffic stop under Revised Code of Washington, Title 46. Are you going to step out of the vehicle, or are you going to be taken out by force?
I haven't done anything.
You are under arrest for failure to provide ID.
This is why it costs so much to get your Jeep fixed. For years, companies made transmissions with metal pans. Every single one of these old Chevy transmissions has a metal pan. Even this old Ford Mustang transmission has a metal pan. But now we got these brand new cars with plastic oil pans. And even worse, they put the filter inside the pan. So when you want to service your vehicle up, you gotta buy a whole transmission pan just to change your fluid and filter. Every single time. And just because it's plastic doesn't mean it's cheap. These oil pans cost nearly $200 brand new. And not only that, these transmissions now take special fluid that sells for nearly $16 to $18 a quart. Just a few years ago, changing your transmission fluid and filter cost nearly $200. And now, this job is over $800 because of the fluid and because we gotta buy the stupid plastic oil pans. So when I say I hate Jeep, I really mean it. And when I say I hate...
While this girl was renovating her 80s themed house, she came across the craziest invention.
Don't you love the hanging bar stools? It's one of my favorite things. They are fixed to the countertop in pairs, and you just kind of swing it out and sit down, and it keeps your bar stools from ending up all over the house, and also provides a nice safe place for my kitty to nap.
But would you want these in your house? While this girl was renovating her...
It has a fat label that says made in USA, but secretly manufactured in China.
At first, it was a trickle.
I got information via text that the plant is shutting down.
Basically just told us today that we'll pay to every American's face, honestly.
I was very angry and I let it be known.
Sherry Pongtorn-Wachakorn has worked the Eastlake plant for more than 14 years as a quality inspector.
I love my job, I love my coworkers.
In 2003, at the Toledo Hospital in Ohio, a man named Paul Fudach Jr. donated one of his kidneys to save the life of his sister, Sarah. Surgeons successfully removed the healthy organ and placed it in a sterile container as they prepared for the transplant. But while it sat unattended outside the operating room, a nurse found the container, did not realize it held a donated human kidney, and mistakenly threw the $250,000 organ into a medical waste bin. By the time the error was discovered, the kidney had been contaminated and had to be destroyed. Paul had undergone major surgery for nothing, and Sarah lost her chance at a life-saving transplant. She did finally receive a donor kidney months later as the hospital admitted fault, paid a settlement, and rewrote the organ handling procedures after.
Mind your business? Not in this Karen's vocabulary.
think you know why. What? I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit. You're rich, you can afford another one. That's right. Engage his mom.
A few moments later.
Bet she thought it'd be a one-on-one, not a community event. Well, even people with a McLaren can't escape from Karen these days. Mind your business? Not in this Karen's vocabulary.
He didn't like your comments. Don't push me. Oh, I think you know why. What? I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this.
You might not know the context of this clip, but a lot of people were concerned about what was going to happen in September of 2026 just because the vibe here feels off. And if you're one of those people that feels like the vibe is off here, then you're correct. The man seen here.
One of yours for one of mine.
All right.
Glad we could work things out.
Yeah.
Now I just need Noah, and then you can leave.
That wasn't part of the deal.
Noah was my ward. Beth took his place, and I'm losing her, so I need him back.
He ain't staying.
He's one of mine. You have no claim on him.
The boy wants to go home, so you have no claim on him.
Well, then we don't have a deal.
The deal is done. It's okay. No. No.
I gotta do it.
Wait.
Yeah, brother, this ain't no accent, bruh. It's been like this my whole life, man, brother. You know what I'm saying, man, brother?
Write that down. Okay, Zafar got, yeah, brr, this ain't no accent, brah.
In Vietnam, there were bunkers, these big, thick earthen bunkers. They put a colony of them, a half a dozen, where they knew you were coming. And they put machine guns in them, of course. We were clearing bunkers, but the last one, the sun's getting low in the sky. So I turned to my yard that was sitting next to me, and I said, take a grenade, flank up this way, get underneath that bunker aperture, throw this grenade in there. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, never mind. So I dropped my gear, slung my rifle, took my grenade, and I low crawled, and I got on the side of the aperture. And, you know, and I take the grenade, and I let the pin go, let it run out a little bit, and I threw it in. Unbeknownst to me, he threw one out. I rolled. One of my guys yelled, "Oh, grenade, grenade!" I looked over, and there was a grenade laying here. It was a Chi-Com grenade. It was a piece of shit. But two explosions went off. Mine went off and killed every one of those f***ers in there. I dove, and his went off, hit me right in the back. I literally flew through the air and landed in the dirt. And then they swept through. And the medic was on me, and he could see I'd been hit. And he goes, "Hawk, can you move?" I don't know. He goes, "Have you tried?" And I said, "No." He goes, "Well, goddamn it, try." So
If you guys frequent places like Instagram or Reddit, you've probably seen this clip before, but just in case you haven't, I'm going to give you guys the backstory so you don't have to look it up and potentially become traumatized. This video was recently posted to TikTok with no context. It shows
And probably will be for life.
No. Sammy? Sammy? No. No, Sammy? Sammy? Hey, hey. No.
Morning, Paul.
Morning.
I guess.
28 seconds.
Okay, pretty good timing. See, Thursday, double duty day for the Paul.
actually, that's kind of enjoyable. It's hectic, but it's kind of enjoyable. 5, 4, 3.
Forward moving and focused on freedom. You're listening to the Global Voice Radio Network. This mirror stream is brought to you in part by MyMitoBoost.com for support of the mitochondria like never before. A body trying to function without adequate mitochondrial function is kind of like running an engine without oil. It's not going to work very well. It's also brought to you by SnapPhat.com. That is SnapPhat.com. It's also brought to you by the Prife International Terahertz Frequency Wand through iTerraPlanet.com. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the program.
Break the chains that bind us. Together we are strong. Tax the rich, feed the poor, tell there are no rich no more.
Yeah, we would too. We're going to try again here on Thursday. Jueves in Spanish, Jueves, Jueves. The 22nd of January, this is for Tom D. The 22nd of January, as my father would say, 22, my favorite number. And here we go on the Radio Ranch. Roger Sayles, your host, and happy to be with you. Although I'm a little bit jaundiced this morning, Paul. But I'll explain later after you give our friends that are helping us extend our reach their proper credit and, of course, recognition.
Jaundiced. I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
Cat woke me up at before 7 o'clock this morning because she was hungry, meowing in my ear.
Oh,
I got up to get her food. I went back to bed, and by the time I woke up, it was 10:15. So
What'd you tell her to go? What'd you go tell her to go catch a damn mouse and quit waking you up?
Yeah, she's either gonna have to start mousing or she's gonna have to go. Anyways, we're on RadioSoapbox.com thanks to Paul English, who also has the show this afternoon, Paul English Live. That will be on RadioSoapbox.com, PaulEnglishLive.com, and it'll be on Paul English Live's Rumble channel as well. And it'll also be on Global Voice Radio Network, network we're on right now. We're on EurofolkRadio.com, thanks to Pastor Eli James. That is our anchor platform, of course. We're on Audio Global Voice Radio Network at radio.globalvoiceradio.net. We're on Rumble on Global Voice Radio Network. That is rumble.globalvoiceradio.net. We're also on soapboxtv.net, Twitch, and DLive. So we're kind of sort of all over the place. The Net family of broadcast services joins us today, bringing us 106.9 WBOU FM Chicago. Yay! And HomeNetwork.tv, FreedomNation.tv, Go Live TV, StreamLife.tube. It's all brought to you by the Net family of broadcast services, spearheaded by WDRN Productions, the Rock of Fort Collins, Colorado. And website, thematrixdogs.com, where you can find the links to free conference calls. Join us live on the show. Literally, come on down. There's 1,000 seats waiting, and there's only about 50 or so people occupying the ones that are here. So,
thank you to the folks.
Come see us.
Well, I love the folks that are regulars here that sit in the background and listen and stay tuned into what is going on. I hope everybody does that. They're former students anyway, and aren't on top of some of the things that we're developing and that come up that are new and stuff like that. I think you'd call that continuing education if you were an attorney or a doctor. I'm sorry, Paul, I'm a little jaundiced this morning. That's a nice word, isn't it? It's got a really interesting connotation. Yes, I'm a little yellow and a little sick because I had to get up and of course, as I normally do, turn on the lovely Brianna, because that's a nice way to start your morning, looking at her and hearing her. She's quite articulate, very intelligent, very conservative. Some man is going to have a lucky catch when she gets him, or he gets her, or whatever happens in that game of love thing.
If you were only 40 years younger.
Ooh, she'd be in trouble. So anyway, the first thing they do is switch to a Senate or a congressional hearing, their oversight judicial committee. And the very first thing I have to see when I get up and hear is Jamie Raskin putting out his absolute Jew commie crap. And the subject is this. Oh, God, that guy.
I think I just threw up a little.
All I have to do is mention his name, and I want to get sick. Oh, he's just such a creep.
Don't do that again. I think I just threw up a little.
He epitomizes everything that we dislike about these people. Jamie Raskin. He's such a liar and a little coward, and he's one of these little 5'4" guys. You know his background. His father was a big anti-Christian guy who wrote books on how to kill Christians, or they wanted to kill Christians or something. That's Jamie Raskin. Well, on top of that, on top of having to watch him and knowing all this stuff, who are they got on the hot seat? There's this Jack Smith, another Jew who changed his name. And this is the one they brought over to persecute Donald Trump, of course, and filed all those bogus lawsuits. Well, that's how I had to get up this morning to those two liars. But then, as we got closer to the show, the good guys came to the rescue, and Jim Jordan, who's the chairman of the committee, who I really like, from Ohio. Lisa, do you know what district Jim Jordan represents? By any chance?
I don't know if Lisa's with us this morning. I think this might be a great day or something. Let me see. Let's see if she's in the list.
All right. Is she?
Yeah, she's here.
Lisa,
she's here.
She's Lisa. We know Lisa's from Ohio, and Jim Jordan's a rep from Ohio. And I just wonder if, Lisa or anyone knows what district he represents in Ohio. I'm just curious. No big deal. They tried to get Jim Jordan to be Speaker of the House and a bunch of other stuff, and he declined. He's got some controversy on who some of his people he takes money from, but he's a staunch defender of liberty, it appears to me, and he must have been a hell of a lawyer, because he's real good on like cross-examination and stuff. Anyway, he comes to the rescue and pins Mr. Smith's ears back on the lie they told. The lie that they were discussing here that Jordan got him on was, if you remember the production, quote unquote, the production that they put on January 6th, where they hired the former head of ABC News to orchestrate all that, prime time and all the lies and all that. You do remember that, Paul?
And infiltrated the crowd with FBI.
Well, that too, but we're talking about the staged nationwide TV they put on primetime TV, the charade of a House committee like this one that was legitimate. But there's a totally illegitimate. It was all staged. The one they sent that Bannon and Navarro wouldn't go and testify in front of, that they sent them to jail for 90 days. That's the one Alex Jones went to and just pled the fifth the whole time. And told him, he said, I'm not answering questions because you'll turn it around into a lie, and I'm not going to let you do it. Good play by Alex. There's three ways to get around anything in a situation like that. There's three responses that can always get you around that. Do you know what they are, Paul?
I cannot recall.
One of them? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
And I don't know. I don't know. I can't recall, and I don't remember. And one of those guys, in one of these hearings, one of these guys used that almost 200 times in the course of the hearing. I can't recall.
Should have used it 250.
Yeah. But anyway, that was the hearing that was so bogus. In fact, before Trump got in there, they went back and destroyed all their records, which is against congressional law. They took all the records of that bogus the fiasco and destroyed them. Of course, there's no repercussions, nothing like that. Should be. Some bitches ought to be thrown out of office or sent to jail or something. Regardless, the story that Jim Jordan confronted Jack Smith with made him look like an idiot, which he's a lying commie Jew. He was the story, and I know you'll remember this. A female got up in front of that committee and said that President Trump had lunged across the front seat in a limousine and tried to grab the steering wheel and steer the limo to the Capitol. Do you remember hearing that story? Did you have to
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what he pinned Jack Smith on. You'll probably see clips of that. So anyway, just these liars. Oh God, I just despise them so much. And
no disrespect to the president or anything like that, but I think that DJ likes McDonald's way too much to be able to lunge over anything.
Isn't that amazing that at his age,
I'm
79, he exists on McDonald's and Diet Cokes? He still works 16, 18 hours a day to have his energy at 79. He's 2 years older than I am. Well, hell, I'm feeling the effects of old age, getting tired and all that stuff. I can't imagine how he keeps up that schedule and is sharp in his mind and everything else that he is at his age on that diet. I think even John Kennedy's trying to do some research on how he survives on McDonald's like that. But it's true and amazing as it is. What was your comment, Paul?
I'm thinking the load of preservatives in his body is such that he will never die.
Well, may not. God, you're gonna drive the liberals crazy, man. Please.
Roger.
Yes, Larry.
Yeah.
Morning, Larry.
Good morning. In 2016, Hillary Clinton said, "I do not recall 39 times to the FBI's questioning."
Yep.
Regarding her emails. You remember that?
Well, like vaguely. I know that's the standard way that any of these creeps, if you want to get in one of these grand jury or one of these pivotal positions where you're under the spotlight, that's three things you can use that they can't get you for. They can't say, yes, you do remember, you're lying. They can't get you for that. I don't know. I can't recall and I don't remember. Stick those in your back pocket, boys and girls. So anyway, Larry, how you doing over there this morning in Jayville?
Good. It's going to be a very warm day, 71 degrees today, t-shirt weather. And then Florida get back to being cold after the weekend.
Yeah, it seems like I heard there's a huge cold front coming to hit the south. I think that's what you're referring to. And somebody said it was desperately cold weather. Has anybody else peeked into the weather to see what those temperatures are going to be prognosticated as?
What, here?
No, in the south. South. You're in the north. You're trying.
Not in the south. It's supposed to be five below in Oklahoma. Sometime
well,
in the next 24
that
hours.
leading edge is going to go through the south. It's not going to affect the north as much. At least that's what somebody said that I was listening to.
What? No. Andy's high temperature is going to be 7 below.
Okay. Well, it's going to get
high.
It's going to get cold, folks. Okay. So anyway,
colder than a witch's whatchamacallit.
That thing.
That thing.
So anyway. I'm still trying to get over having to watch Jamie Raskin. Jeez almighty, I despise that little... God, he's just such a creep. And he just puts it out, his vibes. He's just a creep.
Dude, if you're letting him get to you, he wins.
Well, I guess so.
Yes.
I'd love to see it get to him. I want to see these son of a bitches suffer some repercussions. Okay. So anyway, that's where we are. Somebody's dinger's going off.
One ringy dingy.
Is your egg done? I was still waiting to see if anybody's got an answer to my question on what part of Ohio Jim Jordan represents. Just curiosity. It's no big deal. But anyway, he's a good rep, and I like his style, Mr. Jordan. Okay, where else can we go? Listen, the welcome, by the way. Hope you're new. Hope we got some new folks there. You're joined the largest contiguous group of free individuals on the face of the earth gather right here. There's no one freer, and there's no group like ours anywhere, to my knowledge. So I'm happy to be the purveyor of this information and be able to lead such an illustrious group, and including, of course, Samuel. Morning, Samuel.
Good morning. Did you by chance look at that Alex Craner piece I sent you?
I saw an email that you came in. I have not yet. I just hadn't. There's no way I can watch all the stuff you guys send me out. Samuel, I wish I could.
I understand that, Roger.
I just don't have the friggin' time.
That one, I think you'll find great interest in about what Trump may be up to. So I think for that reason, you'd want to watch it. I wanted to say something that I found out about Trump. This administration, and I don't think it's been mentioned here by anybody, has reduced the childhood vaccination schedule by quite a bit.
Oh, huge.
And those shots don't just get given once. They're over and over. So I can't get the real number of shots that have been stopped, because you don't just get one. You get them from birth all the way into high school, right? So, but that's a really positive thing. And the other thing is these 65 agencies we talked about in the UN that he's trying to get rid of.
It wasn't agencies. I made that correction. It was my bad. That's what someone said. They were individual treaties that we had signed on to, not agencies. So he pulled us out of 66, I believe, treaties, just for correction sake. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I think we're on so far, really have gotten rid of about 31, and they're working on the rest. But these, what I didn't know about them, Roger, is they have absolute legal immunity, so they cannot be sued. They have absolutely no accountability. They're not taxed, and they're spending a tremendous amount of money, and just the money they're spending is not the problem. It's the effect it has on world economies and policies. It's a big deal. I'm really coming to find out.
Well, listen, man, everything Trump's doing right now is a big deal. Have you seen any clips of him or the Basant or Howard Lutz over there in Davos? Have you seen any of that?
Well, I watch it from a different point of view, but yes, I've seen some commentary on it. And
okay, I don't know what point of view you're looking at it from, but I'm seeing high department officials go over there and tell the leaders of the world that their crap ain't working and we ain't following it and we're taking the lead and you're gonna have to try and do something about it. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing you talk about speaking truth to power. That's what we do with our affidavit. That's what Trump and all those guys did to Davos the last couple of days. They're speaking truth to power, and I mean big power.
Yeah. I sent you two pieces. The last one I sent you is about what they think Trump is going to do at Davos. I think you'll find that interesting. But if you go back to the first one, Alex Craner is directly speaking to what he believes Trump is trying to change the world system, and he does believe that he's probably working. in conjunction with the Chinese and the Russians behind the scenes.
Okay, well, that's his opinion. I don't think so. If the Chinese be trying to get their deal cut with Canada right now to throw a wrench in them in the works, I don't think Trump's going to allow that to happen. They can't allow Canada to come out to be subservient or controlled by China with the contiguous border that we have with them.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand, Roger, but a lot of this stuff, if you listen to Craner, is head fakes, and that they're working together to make it look like they're at odds, yet they're actually working at resetting the world order and getting rid of this banking system that we've got.
Well, it could be. Okay, well, certainly China would be on the cutting edge of the BRICS. They've got they're big players in the metals markets. They won't let any metals be exported from China. They're not telling their citizens to buy gold anymore like they were a couple of years ago. They're telling them to buy silver.
Yeah, they also talked about metals in that last piece I sent, and how those two big miners groups are getting together to try to still control it. But both of those, Craner said, are Rothschild organizations.
Well, I'm sure the Rothschilds just about penetrated everything on Earth. Doesn't that seem to be a logical assumption?
Sure. Okay. Anyway, I just didn't want to come off like I'm all talking Trump down. I'm an optimist, and I sure hope that what he's up to isn't as like Craner says it. I don't even listen to what he says anymore. He says, because that'll give you a headache. What he's doing behind the scenes and what's really happening is what he's watching.
Okay, well, he's sitting there, as we've covered, all you Trump haters, we got a few on here. Say Gary comes in and says he's never done anything. Well, shit, I can list a list of accomplishments as 50 at least. First thing was closing the borders. First thing they did. Here as of late, we can repeat them, of course. And there he is being introduced to the World Economic Forum by Larry Fink, who he just slapped with an executive order telling them they can't buy single-family homes anymore. Him and his other financial buddies, where they've, you can see the plan here. They want to take the world into a feudal system. As Carol Quigley said in his book, don't forget, he had access to their inner archives for 2 years. Carol Quigley did. Professor at Georgetown, Bill Clinton said he was his favorite professor. Remember all that? Wrote Tragedy and Hope. In Tragedy and Hope, there's a section, he said the world leaders, financial leaders met in regular secret sessions so they could fashion the world in a feudalist fashion, the monetary system in a feudalist fashion. Well, I mean, I have to tell you, you can't have a world system, Dom. The money's going to control the system. They're fashioning it in a feudalist system. You got to have serfs for a feudalist system, don't you? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I don't think so. How much more of a credible statement could you get on what we're doing from Carol Quigley in his book, after having access to their archives for 2 years? So for you that are doubters out there, like Ron Avery and these other idiots out there that can't rub two brain cells together and understand the enemy, well, that's what's going on. So yes, we're the serfs. Yes, we found the way out of it. Okay, all these things, and we still have problems with this, but I don't know of any in our whole cadre, our whole list, our whole quiver of things to point out. I don't know of a more important one than that one right there, quite frankly. More credible. So you got all that stuff, and that, of course, I was off on a train of thought. Hold on a second. The other things that Trump's done, he has capped interest rate on credit cards for a year at 10%. You carrying big credit card balances out there, are you? I hope not, but I'm sure there are some. Well, you're going to get a little bit of a break. You're going to get a chance to pay it back a little bit and pay it down. What were the other big things that he's done lately? There's a litany of them, okay? And I just hope for the best. I don't know anybody else that could do anywhere near the job he's doing. I don't know anybody else that could walk into Davos and get a standing ovation. Okay. And walk in like a lion going into the lion's den, which sure seems to me the people over there knew who was boss, from what I've seen. And the one that really blew me away was Howard Lutz, isn't that his name? Did you see his little address to him? He just said, "Look, your stuff ain't working in the United States of America. We're getting away from this plan. It limits this, it limits that. People can't buy houses. It limits the wealth of the people. We're going with this other one that does those things." He told them right to their face, man. Go, yeah, I encourage you. Go search up Howard Lutnick's talk at it wasn't very long. It's pretty short. You'll be impressed. He's talking truth to the ultimate power brokers that run the world right there, folks. Okay. So I go ahead, shake the monkeys up. You got them shook up, Trump. They're shook up.
And he is the Secretary of Commerce.
Yes, yes, Lutz. He's like one of Trump's big buddies. And so I suppose he's got a very good reputation, although he's a real estate Jew guy. But evidently he's a pretty good guy, and I loved his speech. He's the one that Trump's sending as his emissary over there to Russia and Ukraine and to try and straighten that whole damn mess up, where the EU has got themselves so upside down with this stupid-ass system and their stupid-ass decisions and letting all these black African Muslims come up there and take over Europe. They're just controlling Europe. As part of Trump's talk yesterday about Europe, he's talking right to the Europeans. He said, it's never like it was. Everybody comes over there and says it's just a disaster, which you can see. Okay. So anyway, God bless you. I pray for you as far as I can every night, and I trust that you can keep these Zionist bastards out of your back pocket. What were you going to say, Lisa?
I am on the same page kind of as you. I've been more anti-Trump at times than you have been, but, and it's mostly because of the Israel thing. So as far as them applauding him when he enters, I would have a hard time not associating that with how Netanyahu is greeted by our Congress. And it's disturbing.
It could be, and that's a facet I don't like worth a crap either. How do you get a world leader, the most powerful country that they've had in slavery for 94 years? How do you get him in office without having interaction with those people? They own the damn country. You're a bunch of damn slaves they own. So, yeah, you're not going to have anybody that's 100% favorable, and I'm predicting that Jesus Christ ain't coming back to sit there in the Oval Office, okay? And everybody else has got flaws. I'm sorry for it, but I think Trump's motives are good, and I think he does a hell of a job navigating that snake pit up there, quite frankly. So I pray for him. I'm not kidding you, Lisa. I pray at night. I pray for his success, and I pray that he will get the armor of God put on him and let him recognize his enemies. They're trying to utilize him. I do that every night. It's when I can remember, before I fall asleep quick enough, So let's see.
I was listening to a podcast this morning, and I don't remember who. I don't, not regular people that I listen to, but they were talking about, the Russia, but Trump knows it's really China. China is our much bigger threat, and a lot of things he's doing, what they're calling the Don Row, but whatever, with this hemisphere is actually trying to counter a lot of China's steps. Like here's one, did you know we're talking about putting a naval port base in Peru because China has a big one there.
I know China's got a big port, if nothing else, for taking the silver dory bars straight back to China. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Putting a military port in Peru, well, interesting. This part of the continent, and Trump is much more interested in the hemisphere, I think, in controlling the hemisphere. I'd fit right into that. Excuse me. And of course, they had a military base here down on the coast, and it was Correo, the communist government president here that shut that down and kicked them out. And that let the drug cartels proliferate in here, and all of the bad stuff you hear about Ecuador generally is happening down on the coast because they're vying for territory for exporting drugs from Peru and Colombia. Okay. They don't use Peru and Colombia for export. They get the drugs here and they export them out of Ecuador. And that's where a lot of the shootings and killings, and the mayor that was anti-drug, he'd been one of the towns down there, I think Salinas maybe. I've never been down on the coast, so I really don't have any personal familiarity with it down there. I believe he was the mayor of Salinas, one of the big towns down there. He was born and raised there. And he was against the drug cartel shit. They blew his head off right in public. Okay, so it's that's where all of the most of the stuff you hear from bad about Ecuador is happening on the coast, and it's all because of drug cartels. So the more I see our military turning in a favorable thing, hopefully the CIA's not using that to smuggle their own drugs, which that may be a possibility. I'd love to see them clean that up down there. So that's interesting. I did not know that, Lisa. Would that be around Lima? Do you know? I think Lima's right on the coast.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know I seen that they approved, I think it was $1.5 billion.
Yikes. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully Trump's trying to swat some of these drug dealers down. I hear that he is also already setting up potential raids on the Mexican cartel's facilities down there. So we'll see as we go forward. Let them get back from Davos and get that put to bed, and come back and see what the other problems that have developed, as in Minnesota. What? Has Minnesota all of a sudden become the most corrupt state in the union? I'm just asking.
I don't know.
You just never think, or I never have in the past, of Minnesota being that corrupt. And holy smoke, the things we're finding out. I hope Trump comes
Roger,
back.
I think it's just they're in the spotlight right now. I don't think they're any more corrupt than they've ever been.
Oh, well, that very well may be, Dave. It's just that I've never seen them to this degree in the spotlight on this issue. I hope that when President Trump gets back, we're going to see if that accentuates the cold weather. If it's going to be -7 as a high in Indianapolis, buddy, it's going to be frigid up there in the northern climes, I would imagine. So there may not be too much.
You betcha.
Well, it may.
As western
I
Wisconsin is going to be -7.
Okay, well, I guess.
High.
You ever see that movie Fargo, Roger?
Fargo, North Dakota?
Yeah, there's a movie called Fargo.
Okay.
You get inclined, watch it. It'll really be enlightening.
I was through North Dakota one time. What's the big military town up there close to the Canadian borders where all the missiles are siloed up there? I'm trying to think of it. Minot, North Dakota is not the military assignment that you want to get. The other one is, I can remember my father talking about it. Now it's very common. Do you know what the military is? An Air Force base in Greenland is?
Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but I know that was a bad assignment.
Thule, Greenland.
Yeah.
It's not the place you want to be stationed, okay?
Oh, so is that where the phrase...
in Alaska, too.
Well,
is that where the
Alaska's
phrase
fantastic.
you don't want to be... Is that where the phrase "you don't want to be caught in the Tules" comes from?
Could be. I'm not sure the origin of that, but I do know the Air Force base is called Thule, Greenland. Now, Dave, however, I'm going to correct you. Alaska is a fantastic assignment. I'm a product of that. I spent 4 years there in the 60s before the North Slope, and man, what a place for a teenager to grow up. I mean, somebody that likes outdoors, likes fishing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's just you had everything in the world right at your hand. I could catch salmon till my arms are so tired I didn't want to catch another one. We could go hiking off.
Right.
One time, this friend of mine and I, somebody, it was Clayton, Annie's husband. We were talking on the phone here about a week or 10 days ago, and he said, I was king fishing on the Kenai River. Oh, I know a lot about the Kenai River because we used to go fishing for red salmon in a stream that connects off of the Kenai River, very close to where it comes out of the Kenai Lake. And it is a barn burner of a river. I can't wait to talk to Clayton more about that. I didn't explore it with him, but man, you talk about, you know what they call hydraulics when you're like doing whitewater stuff, where the river goes into these curves and stuff and it throws these big waves up. Well, that's the Kenai River constantly. I mean, 4 or 5 foot waves all through the thing. And we would go to this there's about 7 different kinds of salmon. Okay, and the most desirable, the one you're going to pay the most for in the store, is called red salmon or sockeye salmon. Okay, and so these salmon, they don't just find a stream and go do it. They go back to the stream where the egg that hatched them was laid. And in this particular breed, on this particular place they go to spawn, they got to come up, I don't know how many miles of this Kenai River with that absolute ferocious current. And they get to this little river that runs into it that's crystal clear. The Kenai River is kind of glacial blue, and it comes into, it's called Russian River. It's very clear. There's a lower Russian river, a lower Russian lake, an upper Russian river, and an upper Russian lake, nestled up way in the mountains, and it's glacial fed. It's this whole system that comes down, feeds into the Kenai River. Well, you can't drive into it. You got to hike into it. And it's a mile hike to the lower part, and then 3, 9, and 12 miles up to the upper Russian lake. Well, man, here we are in high school. Man, the guy, we're going to go fishing for a few days. Okay, see ya. Be careful. And we go down there and we hike up to the lower Russian lake, about a 3-mile hike. There's a game person's cabin there, and a big thing you can get out over the river in so they can count the salmon. Now, by the time they got there, they've already come up one of these big waterfalls. You see them jumping up and stuff. They've gone through all that, the Kenai River, the lower Russian River, and they trying to get to this lower Russian lake to spawn, and they get there, and you can get this tower over there where you can see all the salmon there. It's just an incredible sight. We could go do stuff like that. You know, there's nobody in the cabin, so we stayed in the cabin for 3 days and just hunted and stuff and chased bears away and ran away from bears and all that kind of stuff, and just a cool place. I mean, yeah, you can't have experiences like that hardly anywhere in the world too much. So those are great memories for me. And then you got to catch all those fish. You can only catch 3 of those reds a day per person. And you have to put them on a backpack and carry and walk them out. Well, man, everybody always limits out. So you get 3, 4 people up there. You got 10 or 12 of these 7, 8 pound red salmon on your pack, and it gets heavy. You're walking up and down hills and all that stuff, and wonderful memories. Okay, fantastic memories. So I'll be anxious to talk to Clayton more about that. He's a big outdoors guy. Hunting and fishing guy. So anyway, enough of my pontification. I'm not quite as irritated as I was earlier about having to listen to Jamie Raskin. Is there anybody that's got any points you'd like to make, comments, any new students with questions, any of that stuff? It is your time. You want to hear some more Alaska stories?
Right.
Yes, sir.
I was out at the Unalaska River, and the first time I saw that, the water was literally boiling with fish.
Where were you?
I couldn't believe it.
Where were you? Who's it?
The Unalaska River, halfway out to Russia.
Oh, okay. I mean, listen, folks, back in the 60s particularly, it's ridiculous how many fish you see coming into spawn. I'm sure their numbers have been decimated by now with Fukushima and the other things, But man, it was absolute total abundance back then. And amazing. Great memories, just great memories. That is right above, I've talked about it several times. I hear you, Rick. Homer, Alaska, which has got to be one of the most beautiful places I have ever seen in my entire life. Rick, what'd you have to say?
It was me, Dave from Tampa.
Oh, hey, Dave. I thought you were Rick.
Right.
How you doing? You ever been up there, Dave? You have, haven't you?
I have. I've spent a couple weeks in Kenai back maybe 10 years ago, and if you remember that show, it's just what a place. It was unbelievable. If you remember that show, Northern Exposure.
Vaguely.
That was, yeah, vaguely. It's just like that. You're out there having a coffee on the porch, and a caribou walks by.
Yeah.
It's just, it's an amazing place. And the river, I don't think I know the river you're talking about. I remember driving up alongside a river, and everybody was lined up on the side. I don't know if it was spawn season or not, but they were all lined up fishing, and they were probably 6 feet from each other, and just catching salmon, and tremendous.
It's quite the scene up there. Quite a place, Alaska. Oh, we've got a couple of students up there. Dave from one of the towns down the Panhandle comes and visits us occasionally on Saturdays, and he found out about us through another guide up there, a friend of his. We hadn't seen him in a few Saturdays, but he comes in occasionally. It's a wonderful place.
Wow.
It was in the 60s before the North Slope. That's an important aspect here. So before it got covered with oil and oil workers and pipeline and the Valdez with that ship that let all the oil out and all that.
Oh, yeah.
None of that. It was
Valdez, yeah.
It was just pristine and virgin. Alaskan was back then, and boy, it was a great experience.
Roger.
Age coming from a family that was a fishing family too. Yes, my dad didn't hunt. He didn't like to kill stuff, but boy, we could load the box with fish. Yes, Samuel?
And they say that when the Spanish finally found San Francisco Bay, and I guess they had sailed by it for over 200 years, because the inlet's pretty small and it's usually foggy.
Yes.
So they missed it for 200 years, but when they finally got in, they said, and it's big, a bunch of water, they said that whole area was covered with birds and aquatic mammals like beaver and otter.
Yep.
The whole thing.
Yep, probably didn't last too long after they discovered it, unfortunately. San Francisco has got to be the most beautiful city on the whole hemisphere here. It's just too bad it's so full of these liberals and wackos, man. It's a gorgeous city. Do you remember, Samuel, we had the gal on here on Marjorie? I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what her name was. She was on with us a couple of times, that lives there in Sausalito. We had a bunch of discussions about Sausalito, and they live in a house that's built on the water. Literally, 2-story house is built on the water. It has some sort of a basin that it floats in, and it's right there at Sausalito, such a famous place in San Francisco. Gorgeous, okay? I
used to live just on the other side of the highway, Roger.
Did you? That was a stunning place,
Yeah, Mill Valley.
Sausalito. I saw it when I was there, Mill Valley. Isn't that what they call it?
Yeah, that's where I was.
It's gorgeous. I was there when I was a kid, back in, coming back from Alaska. I'd gone up there for a summer to work and ended up fighting forest fires for the summer and driving buses full of Indians down to forest fires. They paid us for the 60s $55 a day, no taxes taken out. You go out there and work on a fire for 20 days. You got a nice big pile of cash. And came back, and I worked with some firefighters, a crew from San Francisco. And these guys said, well, come on, hang with us and I spent about a month there coming back. By the way, I heard some explanation from Alex yesterday, and this on Greenland. And this was somewhat because he was talking about the Inuit Indians. And those are the same Indians that are over on Greenland. That's their hereditament. They're these Inuit Indians. They're all over the Arctic up there. And I know they're bitter, bitter rivals with the Eskimos. And in fact, when I was in Anchorage, they have this big thing in February called the Fur Rendezvous. And they have 3 days of 25-mile-a-day dog sled racing. It's the world champion dog sled event. And so in Anchorage, because of the rivalry between these two, they can't let them in the city at Fur Rendezvous at the same time. They have 1 year the Inuits are there, and they have the next year the Eskimos are there because they are bitter, bitter rivals. Well, anyway, it turns out that these Inuit Indians, Denmark has had some kind of a claim. I'm not sure the treaty specifications, but had some sort of a claim on Greenland. That's who Trump is debating with and arguing with, and seeing if we can buy Greenland from them. Well, let me tell you what, Seward's Folly, which was under Lincoln. Seward was Department of the Secretary of the Interior, I think. He's the one that they sold bought Alaska from Russia, $7 million. Holy smokes! You want to talk about a fire sale? $7 million for the whole state of Alaska? Oh, please. It's so loaded with resources. Hell, they ain't even found them all. Okay? Well, it's these Inuit Indians that are all the settlement in Greenland. And starting in the 60s, I believe, maybe the 70s, Denmark would send doctor teams over there with nurses. Oh, excuse me. That part of my drink went down the wrong way a minute ago. I hadn't got it cleared out. They would come over, Paul, and they would take in school. Let's say there's one of the little girls there in elementary, middle school, and they say, come into the office here. They'd come into class, take her out of class, and they'd go in and insert this IUD in her that was designed to sterilize women. They wouldn't tell them what it was or anything else. They just put this IUD in them, and they have sterilized a huge percentage of the native population in Greenland. And Greenland now knows about it, okay? And that's why they're so damn adamant about wanting to go with the U.S. You over and ask the Indian, no, please, U.S., please, please, because Denmark came in there and tried to commit genocide on them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they know it.
Wow.
Okay, so these are some of the things that, unless you really pay attention, you don't hear this stuff. So, and then now Trump, the latest I hear is he's claiming the whole Arctic. So can you imagine the amount of resources that are in the Arctic? Now, here's the problems we've got. Russia has got 7. They're 500 feet long, Paul. 500 plus feet long icebreaker, nuclear powered icebreakers. So they can't get up there and get stuck and run out of fuel. It's all nuclear. We don't have any. We're having some built by Finland or something right now, and the icebreakers are 250 feet or something. They're half of what the Russians are. Russia's got 7. We got none. And of course, it's a tremendous defensive shield there against Russia or anybody. I think Trump says it's part of the Golden Dome. But what we've been trying to do and should have done, see, here's the big problem is, again, the neocon Jews, because they have this. You think they hate the Arabs? You think the Jews hate the Arabs? Try and ascertain how they feel about the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
They hate the Russians. They're scared as hell. They hate them so much.
Roger, I think the Jews are the Arabs.
Well, there's a lot of people that say that could be true. Muhammad's mom was a Jew. There's people that say that, Dave. That's not out of line. But regardless, what they're trying to stop is us getting together with Russia as a common people, us the Anglo-Saxons and the Slavs who control that part of the continent at that point before it was Russia. And they don't want us getting together and then finding out who the enemy is, them. Okay, so what the neocons have done is pulled all this crap with all their wars, and what they've really done is they've driven Russia into China's arms. Exactly what we don't want. These are all these neocons and all their crap. Okay, Russia, Russia, Russia. It's because of this ancient hatred, because the Rus, before it was Russia, the Rus, the Slavs, they came down and busted up Khazaria. They broke up Khazaria. What's Khazaria? The Ukraine. That's where all these Khazarian went to transfer over to Judaism, convert to Judaism en masse, because the ruler of the country thought they were so bad he was losing control of their society, and he wanted them to have some religion. They didn't want to go with the Christians because they'd have to give they'd have to give breaks on the caravans, on taxing them. They didn't want to do it with the Arabs, and they had a Jew, a Sephardic Jew, in his court, and evidently, from what I read and hear over the years, he converted the whole kingdom at one time into Judaism. And when the Rus came down and broke them up, they all migrated into Eastern Europe, Hungary, Yugoslavia, all those countries, and all of those people are your international bankers. They're not real Jews. They converted at en masse, and they have done a lot of bad things. All the power in the Zionist movement are these, for the most part, are these Eastern European Khazar Jews. So it's got a lot of history and bearing on today. It's been very well hidden. I think I've told you I saw a history professor from one of the real big schools in the U.S., tenured, been there 31 years, and somebody presented him with this information. He said, I've been a history teacher for 31 years. I've never seen this before. So that's how covered and they've got it hidden. But that's what we're dealing with. Okay. And Russia's so huge. I think 9 or 11 time zones, Paul. I forget which one. I think it's 11. They got 11 time zones. We got 3. Can you imagine the resources there that, like Alaska, they still don't even know they're there? So that's the big push. Europe is bankrupt. They've done this little money scam to the point with all their embedded royalty that's all in or bred, and many of them are, there's no telling how many hemophiliacs they still have over there. They're broke. They've extended everything. They got nowhere else to turn except to try and get Russia, start a war on them, get control of those resources. And there's approximately $95 trillion worth of resources in Russia. And to get those resources through their little scam mill and pay off this debt that they're in over their eyeballs with all the resources from Europe are gone. Well, what little they had, they're long gone. And now they've taken this Kalogi experiment and they've run all of these damn Arabs and no telling who all into Europe and bankrupted them even more. And now they're trying to dig their way out of their stupid ass mistakes. All their problems they're in are from their own making over there. And that's what Trump's rubbing in their face. So immediately after his speech yesterday, he had some tariff treaty, and Europe pulled out of it. And so now he goes back. You want to see, Samuel, you want to see how Trump works? Now he goes back and goes, well, let us take Greenland, and we'll get back into these treaties, and I'll lower the tariffs. So was the whole tariff thing a setup for this, or is he just using it for that? But this is the way the guy works, okay? That's just a little bit of there's somebody's messing with their watch, their Apple Watch. So anyway, that's a lot of what's being discussed in Davos, I guess, today. Did you see what James O'Keefe did over there, Paul? I'm sure you didn't because I know you've been busy. It's a rhetorical question. James O'Keefe is over there in Davos too. And what he's doing is going
He
to the
infiltrated it.
Yes, he goes to the hotel in his dress and garb and wigs and stuff, and because he knows the lingo, he starts engaging some of these big people in conversations on global warming and carbon taxes and all this other stuff. I'm telling you, James O'Keefe's a whiz bang. Okay, he really is. Ay 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 ay. Okay, well I've covered a lot of ground here in the first hour. Could I get some help? Is there anybody out there with a question or a comment? Y'all want to just...
Roger,
Man,
this is Larry.
I don't have all this shit written down. I just come up with it off my head, okay? I'm about drained my brain here this morning. Larry, what have you got? You going to give me a life preserver, are you?
Yeah, I'm ready to talk a little bit about taxes.
Oh, God.
If you are.
God, I'd rather let me just pontificate for another hour.
So can I read you I'd like to read you some of my observations, and I know this is going to help other students who are struggling with their state income tax, their state income tax agencies.
Well, let me interrupt you to say I hope there's not many that are having to do that. If you are, it's usually unusual situations with different aspects that probably don't apply to everybody, but God, I guess, do we have to do another tax deal? Go ahead, Larry.
Well, yeah, I think this will help Jack in Colorado. I think this will help Mike in Minnesota, Josie in Michigan. These are three students that I know of that are up against the state.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
Out of all the people we've dealt with, there's only a few of these. If you're new, I don't want you scaring these people and thinking this is going to happen to them. It may, but it's very rare. Okay. And it's usually because of some unique circumstances they've got. But, God, I guess go ahead. Go ahead. See if we can.
Okay, so let me just read this, and then you can offer commentary. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes to read my observations and notes here. So the biggest obstacle we have is getting the state ofs and their respective Department of Revenue to understand and acknowledge that we are non-resident alien American nationals, in that we are non-resident to the 14th Amendment residency. Their definitions are for U.S. residents, U.S. non-residents, and non-resident alien, and this is my terminology that I created, non-resident alien foreign nationals, and they do not apply to us. So I've discovered a common denominator with all of these state ofs and their respective Department of Revenue. They list, number one, resident, and then they give a list of geographical definitions. This again is speaking of U.S. citizens. Number two, they give this term non-resident. They do not add alien to it. They just say non-resident. This is speaking of a U.S. resident who is working in the subject state of, but is non-resident to that state of because he or she is a U.S. resident of another state of. Number three, non-resident alien. This is always speaking of a non-resident alien foreign national who is required to file a 1040-NR, and therefore their income is defaulted to 30% withholding according to the Internal Revenue Code. If they are married to a U.S. citizen or a U.S. resident alien, he or she can make the election to be treated as a U.S. resident alien under 6013G to avoid the default 30% seizure of their wages by applying all of the benefits, deductions, and credits to their income stream. For example, if they have children and meet certain other criteria in some sections of the Internal Revenue Code, then perhaps they will only be responsible for paying 10% of their income to the IRS. Another way a non-resident alien foreign national may avoid the 30% default income tax is if there is a treaty in place between their country and the United States. And then this is all summed up in this statement, which is what I've already previously stated. All of that aside, our biggest challenge An obstacle is getting the state of and their respective Department of Revenue to recognize our status as a non-resident alien American national. That's what I got.
That was a mouthful and terminated very conveniently right at the Whistler. 106.9 WBOU FM is Chicago, HomeNetwork.tv, FreedomNation.tv, Go Live TV, StreamLife.tube. Please stay with us for the second hour, but if you don't, your listeners can go to thematrixdocs.com. They can use the free conference call link, or they can use the Eurofolker Global Voice Network links and follow us into the second hour themselves. Thank you so much. 106.9 WBOU FM, the Pulse of Chicago.
Yeah, so we'll plunge into the second hour right there. Does anybody have any comments or questions on what Larry just read you? Don't guess so, Larry. This is some of the sticky wickets of this, and of course the stickiest wicket is anything to do with taxes, because that's where their teeth is. But once you separate yourself from them on the tax issue, they're beside themselves. Okay? Can y'all hear that weed whacker out there? It's right outside the window. Hopefully, well, it'll be gone.